Welcome back, everybody, to our final day of coverage here in Columbus, Ohio for the 39th Annual BullShooter World Tour. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. And Gordon, are you ready for a final day of action?
Yeah, we're coming up on Sunday, the funnest day of the entire weekend here in Ohio. Looking forward to see all the players mixing it up yet again. Can't start without mentioning the coverage that we missed yesterday, which is the mixed triples.
Yeah, mixed triples. We did actually record the final, and we had it streaming on twitch.tv/Reacton360 for some bonus, no commentary coverage. But the winning team, Kat Middleton, Mike Segal, Philly, and Tyler Snodgrass getting the win there. That's pretty good, and stopping Olivia Terry on the perfect run.
Yeah, from the, I believe, Team Hufflepuff.
Well, Gryffindor was already busy.
Yeah, fair enough. Snodgrass. I can't. That was definitely a Harry Potter reference.
Oh, absolutely. But, of course, today we have some great teams and great action, right? With the pro doubles, a couple of very tough ones in there. I think Trevor Sellers, Kerry Thaxton, definitely a viable option. You saw a couple in there?
And I want to bring up Trevor. I talked to him yesterday because we were talking on the feed. A little disappointed as he was, obviously, when I spoke to him about his finish in singles, especially seeing how well he was playing yesterday. And he said he didn't have that many bad legs when he ultimately lost out to Seth. It was a 6'2", plays 5'8", something along those lines, and that just kind of happens. He said that one time that we saw him and he missed 3 clear at 32, that was really
the one time.
Yeah, the biggest thing that he kind of wanted back. But yeah, it was a good run for him yesterday, and I think he's geared up for today.
And his partner Johnny Lane that he played with in that Pro-Am. Of course, very interesting to see how he performs in the amateur doubles, seeing if they make a deep run on there.
Yeah, I believe a father-son or maybe brother's team. I'm not familiar with
a family's sake team.
Family team. That's what they got going on in the amateur. The other thing to look out for there is we also have Kirk and
Brant
Lucas.
Yes,
who are the winners from yesterday? Same difference. We're just talking last names. I'm talking first names. They won yesterday, double dipping Steve Gramlich and Brad Adams. So both those teams in the running today in the AMs as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what comes on to our main stage here. What matches will go the distance, because we've seen some crazy ones yesterday. We're going to see some crazy ones today to conclude our coverage, and I think we shouldn't waste any more time.
No, we do have to waste more time. We have to talk about the ladies.
Ladies!
OT not completing the entire sweep yesterday, not winning the triples, obviously, with Kat getting that honor. But back in action today on the ladies' side. It's going to be a tough team with Kat at her side again. Lori Simpkins and her partner Wanda, another favorite. Notable, too, on the women's side, Tina Russo and Nikki
Henshaw.
Henshaw not playing in the women's, playing in the pro.
Yeah, and then, of course, I think my favorite of the doubles teams is like my outside pick a little bit is Kaja Prisbal and Jessica Keller. I think are poised for an interesting run as well. So now let's waste no more time.
Yeah, now we can stop wasting time.
All right, we're really good at wasting time. Guys, let's get into the action. We're going to stop holding you. Let's go over there right now. We're going to go.
Bye. Tschüss.
Here we are for that final day of coverage. Man, we keep getting faster and faster, getting from over there to right here in the commentary booth, Gordon.
Well, it's got to be yesterday. It's got to be a little bit more impressive just because we went all the way from the fountain over to our chairs here in the streaming room.
Yeah, well, still an impressive run nonetheless, and we're happy to be here for our final day of coverage. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon once again. We got two good teams playing in our pro doubles. Big Philly, that is going to be the team of Mike Segal Philly and Jermaine Kirkendall, main event, going up against Beck and Hawk, Dalton and Chad, in what should be a very interesting one here. Of course, our format is going to be a best of 5, double in, double out, split bowl format. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit in the opener, but this is a concentrated field with only 12 people, or 12 teams, I'm sorry, competing here for a spot, by the way. It does not change. They will still compete for the spot in the BullShooter Invitational. So a lot of talent to kind of work through here very quickly.
Yeah, and it's going to be our first look at Jermaine on the stream. We haven't seen him yet. He was not here on Friday. Showed up on Saturday, and he's a life of the party kind of person whenever you see him. I am absolutely curious to see if he's going to bring that energy to the dartboard here.
Yeah, I think also known 6 Bulls for the win in the Pro-Am in South Carolina last year.
Oh, maybe. I was not there last year. So, yes, that sounds right.
Yeah, so perfectly capable of some really big shots and some big spots.
Of course, today is the test of arithmetic, too. That's one of my favorite parts about the Sunday split poll is seeing, all right, first off, A, am I going to commentate it correctly? But then it's B, are they going to throw it correctly? It's always fun.
Who's going to get it wrong first? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it's honestly a race down to the finish line on that one. Your man that was a part of that team that won mixed trips last night, we were talking about him in the opener, Billy Mike Segal. He played in the Invitational Shootout as well. Been getting around in some tournaments. I assume we're going to see him in Pittsburgh next weekend. As he did well with Cap Middleton and Snodgrass last night.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap. We talked about that earlier in the weekend too, between this stop and the enormous turnout that usually happens in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Setup shot here for Jermaine.
Leaves the champagne shot on the return. Nothing wrong with that one. Wanted to obviously a little bit more juice on it, but he's not going to be mad about that squeeze. Do you know how old Dalton is by chance?
Early 20s.
So there's a fair amount of younger competitors. I met one last night. Carter, who is 16 years old, was playing him.
He may not be 21 yet. I may have just made that up.
Did you?
I probably should know that because Dalton's been around for a while, playing at a pretty good clip. There was a stretch where he was winning events, pretty much everything that he entered. Let me guess. I hear the tapping over there. Are you Facebook stalking?
Yeah, but I hate it when they never show the birthdays out in public. It messes me up every time.
Yeah, people's privacy.
It's overrated. 23 there, everyone's saying. And then Mike Patterson saying 43. I don't think Mike's telling the truth there.
Oh, you know Mike. He doesn't tell the truth.
I know he hasn't made an appearance out in tournaments in a long time. That's what we were talking about the other day in chat.
That's not true. I just saw him in December.
All right. I don't know anything about Mike Patterson is what we're finding out. But I haven't seen him comment along all weekend. And we appreciate all of you commenting along all weekend with us. So we've been having a lot of fun seeing everybody have a good time here in the comment section or in person. And if you're enjoying it, make sure to hit that follow button on whatever your preferred viewing platform is.
Philly doing a good job there. No chance at a freeze here. Jermaine going to get a clear shot at that 40. Good find there, but still just not enough here in game one.
Over there having a laugh with the partner. He said, so the double 20? No, the double 20.
If I hit a single, can I hit another single? No. You're going to have to hit a double 10.
You can, just not advised.
That's fair. Oh, and he comes inside.
The 157 will have a chance. This would be a big one.
Dalton perfectly capable getting a whack here. And it does fall short at the first hurdle. Stay there for 24. That was the idea.
His flights were a little crisscross there.
Billy for 100. 2 darter. There's the first one. There's the second one, clean as a whistle.
Yeah, no notes on that one. It was a clean 100 and 2 darts there. Dead center. No question if it was going in or if it was on the wire. And now we're on to leg number 2 here where Beck and Hawk will get going.
Yep, we're playing 3 out of 5 again today. So plenty of opportunity here on the winner's side to kind of get your feet underneath you. But with a small bracket, there's good and there's bad. Obviously, less teams you got to defeat, but at the same time, you're going to be in those semifinals and seat matches a heck of a lot quicker than you have been the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, you don't always have enough time to get into full speed and high gear when you have that short of a runway. As a winner of this match will play either Team Disappointment or IV Boom Shakalaka. Curious Team Disappointment, Travis Brewster, Sam Vanderpool, team that we have not actually seen on our main board yet, but would like to get a look at some point here. And then Boom Shakalaka being Patrick Atea and Ivan Brown.
Billy after the 2-dart 100 in with 152. Great shot by him.
Helps take a little bit of pressure off your partner who struggled to get in at the beginning. Dalton's showing some frustrations there. See, in a situation like this, you're struggling to find that double. Just would prefer a switch to maybe one of the side segments there. He's not missing on the horizontal plane. It's all the vertical plane there. Just maybe jump around a little bit, especially after missing the first 3. Any double to start scoring is a big help, especially in a freeze format.
Yeah, when you're playing double in and you're not hitting the double to start, it's that's going to hinder your scoring.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to get to 0 first.
Yep. All crucial parts of the game here. But I tell you, Dalton not doing a lot of damage from his spot. Chad definitely off and running in the 2-hole here. But Dalton wants to put in a big shot here to continue to pressure Jermaine there.
All over the wire, but isn't able to send any of them. So
yeah, and you see his reaction there. And again, no harm, no foul. Jermaine comes in here with a 160, and they'll be off and running just fine. They'll be parity at the 1-hole and the 2-hole.
And really, it's between Philly and Chad in this one so far. So as long as the freeze is avoided, that's all that you're thinking about. It's the Shanghai on the end for the 120, and all of a sudden, all is forgiven.
Yep. Just takes one shot.
We let you know that my dad and grandpa were watching behind us as we were going there, and my grandpa's wearing a very grandpa outfit today, and I just appreciate that from him. Very consistent.
Playing the part.
Good correction on last there for Philly. Frustrated about that fall into the 5, but at least also challenges the 149 from Chad, which is the goal.
And Dalton just not close on these. Obviously, going first for his team, they're expecting a little bit more out of him. Here comes Jermaine off and running.
Giving out a lot of help, but no way that they could have frozen Chad in this go.
Yeah, but this might have to go, or they might not get another chance at it.
I would agree with that. It's not going to go. It's just going to get low and hope for another opportunity on the return. That doesn't help the cause much either.
Yeah, no, not what he was looking for there. 139. Pretty straightforward finish, too. Philly already clean up 100. It's not going to happen. Good last dart to help rescue the shot here.
Big Philly currently at 297 combined. Dalton already on pressure to try to get low. He's not going to be able to do so here, basically guaranteeing the freeze on Chad. Now guaranteeing the freeze on Chad. Definitely a frustrating moment when you're struggling to collect there. Curious of what my grandpa was wearing. He is now standing in camera view back there. right behind Philly. Shout out Grandpa Tim.
$34. Yeah, that was the attempt. So Philly for 56. Take a 2-0 lead here.
Nails it.
There it is. 2 for 2.
Very convincing on his double 20.
Philly, the amateur champion in Chicago this past year.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
I'm almost positive. The reason I say that, I rode the bus to the airport, and I overheard him telling the story. Because I think we covered it, and I told him good win or good run. I can't remember if he actually pulled it off, but he was actually not going to sign up for the event because he had played so poorly in the doubles before that, and his doubles partner talked him into it. He's like, "Come on, man, you know you can turn it on whenever you can," and then ended up pulling out the W.
I definitely remember you telling that story recently. Yeah, so
% sure on that.
It's so funny, right? Because just with all the traveling around between just this tour alone, having a bunch of different events and the chronology of all the other events that I go to, I try so hard to keep a running memory of everything, and I always have such a struggle trying to keep it all together. So if you ever ask me, I'll usually say, yeah.
Jermaine thinking he got away with one on the double one there to start.
You definitely let everyone know how he felt about the double one as well. Dalton looking for a little bit of redemption on this go around here. It's definitely shown us potential with all these wires, but just not actually able to collect on these big shots that we just want to see out of him here.
Yeah, definitely expecting more out of Dalton. I'm sure Dalton expecting more out of Dalton, but very steady play for Jermaine and Philly. Would have taken some shots to defeat them regardless, but a stroll in the park at this point for these two.
That's a 180 there from Chad. Again, getting off to the races. He's been performing pretty solid. Billy's just going to try to make sure to keep up in line like he was last time, but not going to happen here. Just 45 on the turn. Sorry about that. That's all my fans.
Wyatt only went off twice.
3 times. The first one was in my pocket.
Did you say the first one was in your head?
Yes.
Filling it up for a 180.
Absolutely love it. Getting ahead of Chad, who hit one in his previous go here.
Yeah, Chad. You see the frustration here. Just trying to stay straight because without a big shot from Philly, Dalton would have a chance at a freeze, but not with the shot of Chad and now Philly already into the treble. Probably not going to be the case. All Dalton can do is get down to 109. So no chance at a freeze on the 157.
Here we go. Main event to send them to the top 4 against either Team Disappointment or Boom Shakalaka. Will not go. Let's leave 32 though. Tease it up just fine.
Great shot by Chad. 2 180s in this leg.
Might not even get a shot at the 12, despite the effort. Really looking to try to collect big here, put all the pressure on Dalton's shoulders.
Oh, wow.
Massive opening.
Yeah, so in order to freeze, Dalton only needs to get down to 206.
Which is pretty likely here. Well. Oh, no. This would be heartbreaking.
Yeah, this would sum it up. And there it is. A big last start triple to freeze. Jermaine going to follow him off the line.
They're having some fun for sure. There you go. Leg on the board there for Beck and Hawk.
Change your order. Change your order.
Mid-match is such an awkward time to do it. Here's the thing. Chad should not be the one asking for it. Yes, I do agree that they should change their order. Dalton needs to say, hey, I'm struggling right now. Do you want to take over the reins? If your partner ever says, do you want to take over? That usually means, please take over.
Yep.
And you just take over. That's the secret there. Because otherwise, if you just say you're demoted, you're also looking at a potentially different problem.
Well, if that's how you approach it, yeah, you're probably not a good partner to begin with.
No, agreed, but it's just a better safe than sorry with sometimes here.
Dalton not away, super frustrated. Billy doing his part. And each time Chad does well, the pressure continues to mount on Dalton. Main taking his time here. Already hit 180 in the match so far. And kind of the same situation as we saw Jermaine in earlier. If Dalton can come in with a big open, they'll be right back in order here. And there we see it. I mean, not completely forgiven, but right back within touching distance.
Well, and again, Beck and Hawks started off with a 3-0 win over the Filthy Divas team, so they had a chance to get settled in, though, get those legs on the board. So I think maybe getting that first leg in this given matchup might help make the difference too.
Chad Becker, third 180 of the match.
He's throwing really well right now.
And nothing for Jermaine. So maybe a little tide turn here?
A little, what do you say, Hucklebuckin?
It's not a hucklebuck.
Oh, sorry, a pile of nines?
Oh, my gosh. Are you allowed to fire the guy pushing the buttons? Is that possible?
You pushed a couple yesterday on the machine. You were doing just fine.
I did, after you literally told me the exact 3 buttons to push.
Well, you got to start somewhere, don't you? Chad here still trying to get out in front of everybody, but needs to leave a finish here. Does do so on the last.
Yeah, was that a 16 to leave the big fish?
I think so. I think so.
Jermaine finding in trouble. All right, so 2 dribbles needed from Dalton. Stay within touching distance. We'll leave him a finish, too. So outside chance, Jermaine does not have one. Philly does not have one. And Dalton ain't going to have one either. Does bring it down. But this 138 may have to go. Philly can freeze. Certainly a possibility as well. Needs another treble. He's doing the math. It's pretty much a treble from the 18s to the 19s. It's not going to happen. So Chad to tie it up, 138. Not going to happen now.
Yeah, he's up 40 there in the last start. Main event can hit a big shot here and potentially lock this one away. It has been a little bit of a sketchy one towards the tail end.
Yeah, certainly not the dominant performance we kind of expected. I called it a stroll in the park, but it's been anything but here at the back end. Chad more than frozen right now, so I think Dalton going to have to win this one with a big finish if it's going to happen. They're still going to have to fade this 91 from Philly, who has been spot on for his doubles, 2 for 2. Including a 100 finish. See how he chooses to shoot it. Could go bull, probably 51. He does choose to go bull. All right.
Interesting. I think just how well he's hitting double top, I probably would have preferred the 17 in this given instance.
Okay, so that's interesting. Chad's still frozen. Double 18 would be my choice. It's his choice as well.
But Trip 12 is always for the fans.
Can they fade the 23? Dalton put in a showstopper, and we see a third leg. Double 8. There it is.
Does go there and get it done. So the 3-1 win there, and our first semi is set on the bottom side, by the way. 9-5 versus Lights Out Elite is going to be the next one on our main stream board here to continue our coverage. We're also going to go ahead and start getting our women's top 4 matches, as all of those are currently set in place to go. So we got the Super Sisters versus Olivia and Amanda, and then we got Boot and Ho versus Golden Girls. So we got those ones going. We'll be getting those over in just a moment's time, and we'll conclude our coverage here in a couple hours of fun darting action. I'm Nick Scher, joined by Gordon Dixon. We'll be back in just a moment. Time for a top 4 matchup in our pro doubles bracket. Looks like they are off to the races here. They kind of snuck up on us. I was over here looking to see when they got started, and they are wasting no time in this one. But my name's Nick Shirt, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call here.
Yeah, that is one thing that starts to happen on Sunday. These players start to realize that there's a light at the end of the tunnel as well. First time getting Kessler on the stream this week. We've mentioned him a couple of times, but I don't think we've seen him in action. Everybody else has graced our streams.
Yeah, we got everyone else here once, at least once, because we saw Carey for a little bit, like you said. Very interested to see how they perform, because Trevor Sellers, his performance was seriously incredible yesterday. I was thoroughly impressed, and I've been impressed with him before, but that was probably the best form I've seen him in. Just consistently finding that 6+ gear. If he channels that today, he'll be all right. Although Carey, of course, a little bit of X factor, dealing with that foot injury, not been playing as much. But when the Axeman's on, he's chopping it down.
Yeah, no, that's certainly an element here. I think for George and Brandon. Brandon's going to be the question mark there, but seems like everybody there's parity again in the 1-hole and in the 2-hole between both these teams right now. That 2-hole spot is really just to keep from freezing the other partner. So who can do it better? Big last there, rescues the shot. 180 can get carried down to 217. So no chance at a freeze here.
And George Daniels at 101 is definitely a scary one on the board. He was incredible on Friday. He had his ups and downs on Saturday. He wants to be on an up today.
Oh, and he drops the last one low.
Hugging the wire, it looks like, but doesn't convert, so no opportunity on the 86.
Yeah, frozen. So job done for George. I think Trevor confirming.
Just going to try to bring it right on down.
Double 12. Double 12.
Does a good job of bringing it down. Spider-Man, you're just going to try to set up from here. Mr. X1 Elite himself.
Yeah, a little frustration there from Brandon, but again, 180 leaves 158. So freeze is an opportunity here. Freeze is done. Cannot shoot the 20.
Great course correction there from the Axe. Oh, now Mr. Lights Out has no opportunity after missing one dart at double. Frustrating, to say the least.
Has to leave 2, so Trevor now. Clean shot at 4. The turns have tabled again.
How they always do. That was one of the rare instances where someone's frozen and gets unfrozen and is able to shoot it. Doesn't happen very often, folks.
No, and especially in the course of one round. That's definitely a unique situation. But all comes down to the slack shot from Brandon and the good shot from Carey to turn it around. And George continues to struggle on the double top. Missed one for the match. I'm sorry, for the leg in the last leg. And fails to get in here.
For those that are unfamiliar with the freeze rule, pretty simple. If your partner's score is higher than the other team's combined score, you are not allowed to win the game. So if the other team is at a combined 201 and your partner's at 250, you cannot win the game. That's all it is. Of course, I say that's all it is, but when you're at the Aki and you're throwing, you're like, wait a second, hold on. Am I frozen? Am I not frozen? It's like I can be a great chalker, but the moment I'm up there trying to throw, it's gone, or vice versa, it seems. I'm not a great chalker for the record.
Yeah, we've definitely, I mean, kind of miraculously, we did see someone break the freeze rule in Houston, where they actually did finish the leg when they were frozen, and that is an automatic loss. I guess we always fail to mention that you can't finish it, and it doesn't count as a bust. It's a literal loss if you do end up taking it out.
Yeah, it's so rare. I mean, at least my 14 months on the tour, that was my first time seeing it here. I've seen it in league play, because again, Kenny Doyle loves to take out frozen games to punish you if you're his partner. But no, it's very rare to see.
How did I forget that? You told me that. I thought I would never forget it, and I forgot it until you just said it again. That is wild. That if you freeze Kenny Doyle in league, he will take it out anyways.
Certainly made me a better player. I took my lumps with my own partner and opponents alike.
And look at this from Brandon Kessler, turning his darting life around here in the second leg. George finds both sides of the treble 20 there. A bit of a struggle leg for him now.
Yeah, and again, you're picking it up when your partner's feeling down, which is fine, but it's better be just the consistent combo when it comes to a freeze format. Kessler will more than likely be the first one out of finish here.
Yeah, and it's really a sprint from him. He needs to go out in 6, or he may not get another shot if George can't turn it around. And he left a lot to do there with 145 or 155. Sorry.
Yeah, that last start felt like a big oof as you're just trying to get as much pressure off your own shoulders, knowing that there's already going to be a lot there. Gary not adding too much to it. Does find the trip on the last. A combined 408 means that right now Mr. George Daniels needs to hit a good amount here to make sure Trevor doesn't hit perfection and lock it up. Looking for around a 140 minimum.
So 180 does leave 28, which would freeze.
No freeze on now. The 155 will have a chance to go.
The 155 won't go. Like he's rectifying the situation down to 58. Carey needs to put in a good shot here, take the freeze opportunity away so Trevor can shoot the 114. Good switch. Oh, wow. 180 will take him to 63. So no freeze opportunity.
Just enough there by the Axeman. That helps the cause. 114 needs to get faded now. Trevor Sellers trying to sell himself out on this opportunity. Needs to talk himself into it.
Yeah, 114. Only need one treble.
Not that one.
Oof. Should have been more specific. Yeah, and that really stinks too, because if he'd have stayed straight, those mid-range finishes, you just need to find one big treble in your first 2 darts to get a shot at it. No freeze, so 58 in play. Oh, on a drop of the dart. There it is. Brandon Kessler taking it out. Tying it up at 1 apiece.
Good performance there from BK. We talked about him being a potential question mark in this ordeal. Well, that performance in leg number 2 made up for leg number 1. He needs to just continue to try to find that range.
Well, yeah, as the question mark, it's kind of built into that statement. It's kind of feast or famine. Which one are you going to get? And there was a lot of feasting.
I like a good feast. Big feast guy myself.
I don't turn down very many feasts. And now George back at it. He starts with a max.
A great job there from George Daniels, throwing lights out on that turn. Trevor with a decent end there himself. Carry now. Needs to try to back it up. That's more in the, as BullShooter would say, the semi-decent category. Good switch on last, but that was well outside on the switch there. George just having a wry smile back there.
Yeah, probably trying to figure out why they both can't play the same leg.
Frustrating feeling.
Air needs a big shot. Try to punish that non-open from Brandon.
Oh, was that head of the household back there?
160 in. Still brings this back within touching distance, and that's exactly what we see. So, poor start, maximum start. Forgiven again, and yes, I believe you you saw correctly. TT in the house.
Solid darts there from Sellers. He's frustrated on the last, but he stayed true to leave the 170, which is at the after hitting 2 trips, you want to make sure to at least do that. You already did all the other hard parts. Daniels will be on a finish as well. Just a reminder, folks, after this match, we are going to begin a top 4 ladies doubles match. The Super Sisters versus Olivia and Amanda. Then we'll get to our King and Queen seat matches. Fortunately, did want to get a look at Team Disappointment playing Big Philly there. But just for bracket positioning purposes, we have to get that one going. Bill, you can double bowl in. Not advisable. It's the max effective start. If you're going for double bowl in this format, more often than not, you're going to get burned by that bridge. The extra 10 points doesn't really help the game state, and you can still go in 9 darts on a 160. But yes, You are correct. It is technically a 170.
Uncle Bill splitting hairs that don't need to be split.
This brings it down to double 15. They're going away at it. Freeze is on. Lights out will not get the shot. Good stay there by Sellers just to guarantee the freeze. Trip 14.
Eight.
It's all the way down to. I guess he did want to get all the way down to the previous attempt, although the double 17 was not the one I would have expected. But job done. Gets all the way down. I think job done's another one I say from you. I've been borrowing a lot of your Gordonisms.
All right, so Kessler didn't get in. Then he got in with a 160. And has since been right next door to awesome.
That's a round of shots right there. 9 points on the turn. Double 15 from Trevor Sellers.
I don't know if that was a fist bump or if George just missed hitting Brandon there on that one.
He saves his hitting for the board. That was going right at it here. And it does pay off. 9-5. Gets another one on the board.
Is that a Dolly Parton reference?
Working 9 to 5.
I was hoping it didn't turn into that, but it was just a question.
You're not going to sing that karaoke with me after this?
No, there is not enough liquor in any bar for that to happen.
For that given song, is there a song that we could like meet in the middle on?
It would have to be. It has to be like something where everybody sings along, like a Friends in Low Places, or I would do Shoop by myself.
Oh, okay.
I could knock that out.
I can see that.
Yeah. That way, the tonality of my voice wouldn't have to actually be on.
See, that's why I do twin size mattress by the front bottom.
Because if you're singing, I'm gonna sound like whales mating. That's not where you want to be.
Not what I want to hear either. Is Brandon Kessler off to the races? It's every other leg. He starts off perfect.
George throwing his hands up. The picture of Sunday darts. Brandon Kessler here.
I love it.
Known Brandon for a long time.
Good dude.
Super good dude. Super good dude.
There's actually a dude there's no dudes I dislike on this board right now.
And I think, funny enough, he lives in Cary, Ohio.
Is that true?
I think so.
I'm not gonna lie. When you said funny enough, I was convinced you were about to say I actually dislike one of the dudes.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were about to say.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, funny
I
enough.
strapped in.
Yeah, funny enough. I just deleted George Daniels off of my Facebook because I'm sick of him.
Oh, can we get back to back? No, I said it out loud.
Ooh.
That's actually what Trevor just said to the camera. Whoa.
Gary with another 140. So this match starting to heat up here. Consistency starting to rise for all of these players.
Oh, back to back. George Daniels on 101. He might be getting the distance in this one.
Yeah, this is shaping up for a cork and important third leg. Not to a finish, but Trevor doing his part. Stay within touching distance.
We want to shout out our top 4 teams in the men's doubles amateur 501. Fairly registered and FAAFO. And then on the other side there, Brandt and Kiki, who we talked about, going up against Who Cares, a rematch of the amateur doubles finals from yesterday.
Sure, those guys looking for a little revenge. But then again, who cares? He does find the treble and says that it's number 159, not a finish.
That's not a bad miss.
Treble 18 for double 16. And there it is. 101. Saw him miss it earlier in the match, but converts here. So cork here for Trevor Sellers. Oh, and he's in the double bowl.
We're just going to try to best it here. It's going to be tough to do so.
Oh, he ties it. Both one hole into the bowl.
Oh, that's a blocker if I've ever seen one.
If you're not going to hit it, put your dart there.
Trevor looks so annoyed at the start. Oh, man. George is smirking in the background.
Do your best.
You just got to just throw this dart with some extra heft on it. You're trying to drill it through there.
Now, I'm surprised Trevor's stepping to the left here. I think he did get him.
Did he?
Yeah. He's one hole out. George's second dart was 2 holes out.
That's so impressive.
Of the double. Yeah. No. That was. I was second guessing him stepping to the left, but
you must have saw the line.
Yeah, clearly he had a line there.
Yeah, 7 to the right is also the same direction I would have gone. Just it seemed a little bit of more uncontested airways.
So important start to this, but double in always adds a little bit of a additional element, but Trevor going to squash that straight away with his shot.
And Trevor's still being the most consistent of the bunch so far. And look at that, giving some stuff on it too. 152 in.
Yeah, wins the cork and starts perfect. Shake of the head there from George, but he's done the same. He's within touching distance.
And going against the darts, it's going to feel frustrating, but you're getting 100 plus on your end. You're doing just fine.
Carry in, but next door on his next 2.
John, I'm not reading that comment. That's the line.
So, battle of the 1 holes here. Trevor and George.
Yeah, immediate thought is, okay, I'm off to the races here. If I'm Carey or I'm Brandon, I'm thinking, make sure I don't freeze my guy.
Yeah, perfectly possible that that both these guys are going to get a look. If there's just parity between the 2 second place. Gonna say a little help needed here for George, but he converts, finds 2 trebles after the slack first,
and 7-point separation between the 8 players in this matchup. Gary now gonna try to relieve some pressure, but hitting a big turn and seeing if the other guy misses it. That's all you can take for a freeze match. Good 180 from the Axeman.
Yeah, he knew it as soon as that third dart left his hand, too. You see him ringing it up.
Just kind of a pedestrian turn there from Kessler, 92. Not enough to really cause immediate danger, but enough to start questioning the viability of the freeze.
Yeah, Trevor really needs to leave a finish here. He's well on his way now. Look at this. Look at this.
Trevor Sellers, everybody. George is right on his tail, though. Continuing to fight along here. The freeze is coming into play, though, potentially, especially if Carey backs up with another good turn. It is a finish, though, just in case you're not frozen. But if Carey hits a big 180, it might be all but over.
Yeah, the freeze, definitely a big possibility here. All but assured.
Even clears up the 9 at the end.
Gentleman and a scholar.
That's what they say about him.
So 180 does get you down to 169. Great recovery.
But now you're relying on a Sellers bust here. The Sellers relying on just taking it out.
I'd go push the button.
Yeah, if you go high or low on that double, you're in a lot of danger.
He's not going to. He's going to hit it.
He's going to hit it. It's Trevor Sellers. Of course he's going to hit it. You can see George a little frustrated, and you can even see the grimace on his face as he wanted a chance. He did just try to throw for the 156, by the way, but it did go low on the first start, and sometimes that helps the mental.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it anyways.
So, alrighty, well, coming up next here is going to be a top 4 match in the women's, the Super Sisters and Olivia and Amanda, to see who plays the Golden Girls in that Queen Seat matchup. And then we got the other men's semi underway as well. So we'll get the women's queen, and then we'll try to get both of the seat matches, and then on to third place and finals. We'll be back in just a moment's time after a few messages from, I don't know, Free Music Royalty Library. Be right back. I love it when the music kind of lines up with our cuts to the matches, as we are back here for a top 4 matchup on the women's doubles bracket. Super Sisters and Olivia and Amanda on the stream board. I'm Nick Sherritt, joined by Gordon Dixon here.
Yeah, I like when we jump in and somebody's on a 6-darter.
They're halfway there.
Right? This format is brutal, by the way. And I believe the Super Sisters are the ones that took out Olivia and Amanda yesterday, at least from the winners bracket. So I think there's a little revenge maybe built into this one here.
Well, and Olivia played each other in singles as well, where that match was down to the wire. I know Olivia Simashak here took out a 128 in leg at number 1 against Olivia Terry, and they went the full distance in that one.
Oh, and she does get to a finish, but definitely not where she wanted to be. Olivia with a 6-darter. Bull 51.
Wait a second. Oh, just giving a little shimmy. She said, "Shimmy on over, shimmy on over."
She gonna walk it off there. Amanda, no finish at 187, but the way this is shaping up, it may have been a must 6-dart leg. Little help there from Amanda, only finding 71, but it comes down to this shot here from Kat. How much can she take off of that score?
Middleton needs the middle. Doesn't get it.
Not gonna happen. So 121, so 120 or less.
Needs to find just one bull here to do that. Does do so. Little bullies it in.
Freezes on.
I do need to apologize to Kat Middleton. Last night, after or before they started playing their match for the trios final, I saw her, and standing next to her was Philly. I had a dart tip in my hand. I went to try to throw it, hit Philly in the head, and it just nailed Kat right in the head instead. So shows my aim. So sorry, Kat. You're very nice. I really was just trying to do with the Seagal.
Oh, that's funny. $57. Oh, you see, Amanda not happy with that effort. But again, this may turn out to be one of those where Kat needs to finish it if the Super Sisters are to win it. She needs to get down to a finish, and it's not going to happen. Throwing her hands up, shaking her head.
This is also not the first leg Super Sisters would have lost today, though. They did lose one against Team Filthy, which is another tough team in this bracket for sure. It's not over yet. O's just going to hit the button. Mando got shot 48. Kat needs to bring it down, and then you got to fade 6 more darts. It's a big ask at this point.
Well, and it's weird the way pressure works, because this is something that can start to get to you, because you're like, how in the heck have I not won this leg yet?
Mm-hmm.
And every time you step up there, that's running through your head instead of fire in the single 20. Your partner Cox in the chat down there.
Hello, Melanie. Great to see ya.
I guess you didn't end up playing with her, did you?
No, but well, partners in our souls, in our hearts. Well, now this is the timeline. You need to just survive 3 more darts from Amanda, and all of a sudden 135 has a chance.
We said that was the path to victory. 316s. It doesn't happen.
If Kat takes us out, it's going to be deflating for A&A.
Yeah, this could have ramifications for the entire match. Not gonna happen. No 2-dart finish from 130.
Well, there's no way you fade 6 more darts.
Are you trying to reverse commentate
Polarity.
Curse?
Yeah. I'm trying to get the flux capacitor in line.
Go ahead and clip that glance over from Olivia.
Future Nick, listen to Gordon and clip that.
Oh, the disdain on Olivia's face. So the woman who missed the 6-darter back at the board, not just pushing buttons.
But the type of competitor Olivia is, she's going to be frustrated at that last leg, but she's also going to be thinking in the frustration sense of, I had a dart to win it.
And you know what? That's a leader. That's exactly the right mentality, especially in these freeze legs. You're playing first. If you get frozen before you get a shot, maybe you got a little opportunity at a gripe, but 9 times out of 10, that's not going to happen.
So far, pretty solid openings from everybody. Nobody on the breakaway here. And having some frustrations there. A solid shot from OT from the TO. Getting to the OUT. I got to stop doing that one. It's getting worse every time.
Look at this. 5 bulls. She only gets credit for 3, though.
Simshak, I believe 19 years old. Well, at least was 19 years old at the time of Chicago. When we last interviewed, where Olivia interviewed together with us, actually. We had a great time talking with both of them. Lots of potential with her dart game. She's definitely shown some really promising futures. 1 year behind on winning her first world championship, though. I will always compare everyone to Luke Littler's, and that's forever going to be the most insane thing in darts, right? Like, the 17-year-old world champion cannot be a beatable record. I mean, you have a chance at 16 is the earliest.
Well, what I thought was wild was MVG is 34. So he made the comment that every 17 years so a new one is born. So I don't know who it was last year that was born. That'll be the next phenom, but according to MVG, it's every 17 years.
She's 18, will be 19 in March. Thank you for the correction there, Crystal. I guess I got my numbers confused there. And well outside. Kat's still having her struggles here. I mean, definitely not showing the signs of the Kat Middleton we are very familiar with, but Amanda not punishing it this go around.
Well, filling it up here would hurt. It's not going to happen. So 4 not going to have a chance. 17 looking mighty tasty for Olivia Terry. She's going to get a little dance in before.
Oh, always has to keep up that high energy. A low energy Olivia is an Olivia I've never seen.
Oh. See the fake celebration here.
We're just going to hit the button, though, for Shimshak.
Crystal, can you phonetically put your last name into the chat, please?
And give me a score out of 10 on how I'm pronouncing it. You have no faith in me.
I don't.
Breaks my heart. It can still be very interesting, by the way. I needed to find that dart one hole lower.
Yeah, still no shot at the 4, but got to imagine Olivia's going to find the single this time.
She imagined it
does.
as well. Here we go. On to a last league decider. Currently 1-1 in the other pro 501 game there in the top 4. So we're going to see how this one finishes out, and then we'll probably stay here for the women's doubles queen seat as well.
So you wanted credit for this, which is completely freaking wrong.
We're unmuted. Listen, don't let them know that we were arguing. Crystal, we've been having a whole on debate. I was talking with Olivia last night. I was like, I know better. It's not Smith Shack. I kept and Shim Shack.
That's how you were saying it last night. I will say that's what you're saying. But you came in today and said that she corrected you.
No, I was saying Smith Shack last night. Either case.
It's recorded, by the way.
Yeah, I was saying Smith Shack last night, and then Olivia came up and corrected me. And then Crystal correcting you for trying to correct me.
I definitely almost threw out an F-bomb there.
I had to remind
because
you.
Then you took credit for this being right, which is the Facebook pronunciation.
I don't think we're allowed to work back-to-back weekends anymore.
Yeah, right?
I'm driving you crazy.
Thank you very much, Crystal, for the clarity on saying your last name.
I did tell Olivia last night, though. I said, if it makes a difference, I remembered I needed to remember the pronunciation. That's what I told her when we were talking about it. And she said she forgave me. Because, again, a lot of people will be knowing her name as her career continues to progress. Very impressive. Frustrated in this moment, but mechanics, the form, it looks good. She's actually reminds me a lot of Asia Jalbert's throw as well, another young, talented, 4-time ADO youth champion, and now just won her first ADO national title as well.
Yeah, I was definitely following along, at least in highlights for the tournament out there, and she was always in the mix. Very cool to see.
Well, when you have Rhiannon O'Sullivan and all the Welsh ladies saying you need to come over to the UK, that's quite the honor right there. Good setup from Amanda helping out Olivia here. But now Olivia trying to continue to go on down.
12 bull. 12 bull. There it is. 2-1. Gritty performance there from Olivia.
Yeah, that was a solid performance overall. There was definitely some highs and lows. That was, again, a match that could have gone either way, and they're not going to waste too much time as, again, that top 4 match is still playing on the pro doubles side, so we're going to stay for the ladies queen, Golden Girls versus Super Sisters. They're going to take a quick moment to obviously get some refreshments and get ready for that next one, and then we'll get the women's queen, pro doubles 501's seat match, and we'll continue on from there. But I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon, and we'll be back in just a moment's time. Time for the queen seat here in our ladies bracket. This should be a good one, as I'm looking forward to seeing every bit of this. We got the Golden Girls versus Super Sisters here, and what should be an interesting run. If Super Sisters get the win in the seat, there'll be another finals appearance where we saw Kat win trips, Olivia win 2 of her events. Lots possible. I guess Olivia and Kat have both won 2 events apiece now.
Yeah, that's true too. Trying to continue the tie by both of them winning this event.
Well, let's see how it plays out here. I'm Nick Sure, joined by Gordon Dixon. And where we saw some a little bit of struggles for the first time out of Cat, actually, which is probably one of the more interesting notes of the last match.
Yeah, the direct result of why they lost that first leg. Olivia can be the leader and put that on her shoulders, as she did get a whack at the Trip 17 to win that, but ultimately being frozen for the next 3 turns did not help. But I tell you, the Golden Girls, Beth Schaefer has got the firepower to rival, and we already see it here in the very first leg. A little less familiar with Holly. She does come out and play my tournament every year. I seem to see her, but it'll be interesting to see how she fares in this setting.
Yeah, when I saw Beth last night, I was walking back at the end of the tournament. Trips, by the way, finished at about 11 p.m. So solid quick run there. Hold on a second. Olivia Terry's going to take this out in one dart. And so I met Beth last night, and I was walking by, and she's like, "Oh, hi, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Beth." I'm like, "I know who you are, Beth Schaefer. You calm it down over there." And we had a little bit of a chat, and super cool to be able to meet all these different players, people that I know of or have seen briefly on the stream that are continuing to make the stream and do damage. It's fun to meet all these different people.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the teams that, like I said, does have the firepower to match up. But we did not talk about in the opener. So I don't take that as a slight on our commentary. I think that's just a testament to the field that we've got here.
There's a testament to the bullseye from Olivia Terry finding a hat trick. And let's be honest, if anybody rewinds, if you watch the opener from Friday, gold. Let me tell you, that was fine wine. You watched the opener from Saturday, well, it was round. And if you watch the opener from today, it was Sunday opener for a little bit there. I was like, what year tour are we on? So, no, it's always fun to film those with you. Comment of the day, by the way, Jessica Coburn saying, "You're deaf as funny as I thought you would be, Nick." Thank you. That's all I'm here for. I'm the funny haha guy. Pleasure to meet you, Jessica.
Another bull lever a finish. Not going to happen, though. So Olivia Terry, for the second time, 4 legs. 5 legs? 4 legs. 5 legs. On the sixer. It's on the sixer. 1 better.
That time equally high.
1 higher, yeah. I was going to say the exact same thing. Yep. Went high on the treble 17 that time.
Not as in much trouble of getting frozen, though, in this affair. Of course, Holly can put some pressure on Kat here. But not going to happen. It is a finish, but this is a fairly uncontested leg.
Yeah, looking like it's one-way traffic. 2-0. Beth does not have a finish. But here may get interesting. Cat only down to 182. So outside chance. 180 would freeze. Oh, she went for it. I just like that she knew the position that she was in. Not able to convert.
Got to play it, right? You have to take your chances. Because OT is going to hit this one in 2 darts. I'm just kidding. One dart. A blink and you miss it in the seat match there. That will do it. And we're actually going to take a look over at board 37 right there. Is there a last league decider to get to the seat match? Go ahead and take a look over at these guys. As yeah, you can see them kind of fighting along over there.
Unfortunate versus Small Jersey. No, Disappointed versus Big Philly.
Unfortunate versus Small Jersey is good, though. That's really good. 5 points. We'll see. Looks like main event here has a shot for the win. Gets it done just in time there. So Team Big Philly knocks down Team Disappointment, who will now have to play these guys again in the losers bracket side of the match. And of course, we are going to get that seat match up. They are called right now. Big Philly versus 9 to 5 next on our stream board. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in just one time. I'm Nick Schur, joined by Gordon Dixon. Shimshack. Welcome back, everybody. Once again here at the Columbus BullShooter. We're so excited to be bringing you coverage of this King Seat match. It's just about to get underway here. Looks like they're going to adjust that starting order real quick. But this is Team Big Philly versus 925. I'm Nick Scher, joined by Gordon Dix on the call here.
Yeah, I'm just glad you didn't break into song again. Because I won't lie. I understand when you say 9 to 5. It's like there's a compulsion.
It's a very good song.
To go into it.
Yeah, we do appreciate your guys' patience as we were getting that match set up over here, and we're looking forward to bringing you the action on the main screen. Don't worry, we weren't sleeping at the wheel yet. There's still time for that. Again, they're just gonna take a quick moment to get settled and get that order corrected, because it looks like, again, I believe Trevor Sellers and Kerry Thaxton did win that diddle. Currently playing in the 5th, 6th position matches. These guys again versus Disappointment on the top side. Bottom side is Beckenhawk versus Lights Out Elite. And yep, looks like they're good to go. They just got everything reset, swapped the team order, and now we are underway here. Should be a good one, Gordon.
Yeah, excited to see who comes out on top of this one. Maine and Philly just got out of a decider against Disappointment. Trevor and Kerry, I think, still the favorites here from what we've seen on the stream thus far.
Yeah, I think Trevor has just been on a tear. It's been seeming likely that it's going to be, other than his performance in singles where it fell short, and it wasn't really performance, it was more so just running into a brick wall and losing to Seth Stefano is not really anything to be ashamed of, as a kid is just talented. But overall, been a great weekend for him. And I'm excited to see if that turns into results here, but can't count out main event. He wants to win the main event. Playing alongside Mike Segal Philly.
There's a little inside baseball. Seth Stefano asked me to play pro this morning.
Really?
Last evening, yeah.
It was weird. I didn't get that conversation.
He didn't ask you? That's so weird. He was actually, I told him, I said, I can't, but you know who could? He never came and looked you up, huh?
No. He probably thought I was Sean Green. Sellers out in front, tied with Mr. Philly so far.
Yeah, and I will say we did see Jermaine a little early in the day the last time, so perfectly possible that he is at full bore, because he can get going and really find some special moments on the dartboard.
Like this one.
And right on cue, he hits a 111.
Well, it looked really good though.
Yeah, we gotta talk to the powers that be about the hitting outside the double noise.
Mm-hmm.
That's super offensive, and the next door triples should not sound like the main triples.
That should be like a womp womp.
Yeah. Yeah, something maybe a little bit more high pitched, shrieky.
Yeah, well, don't worry, guys. The G4 coming out someday. I don't know. I know nothing. But, yeah, I would love to see some different sounds up in here.
Some more condescending graphics if you hit a 111.
Yeah, or maybe like if you hit the lowest possible low ton, it's like just sadder than because like a 149 is the same graphic as a 100. Well, Sellers and Philly have been saying chalk. Main event can try to go on a breakaway here, though, as Gary will not be able to leave a finish from this position. Reminder, we're back to that pro format, so it is going to be double in, double out. Split bowl, of course.
Yeah, important shot here for Jermaine to set up an outside opportunity. Also want to bring it down as much as possible. Try to freeze with Kerry sitting back on 360. He'll be looking to have his score.
Gary giving himself a reset. Looking over at the match next to him. Match right next to that stream board is going to be that Beck and Hawk Lights Out Elite matchup, currently 1-1.
Oh, and he doesn't find a treble. Only 40 scored. So, possibilities. Big shot here from Philly.
Yeah, it just needs to get below 119.
Shot's still on. Oh, and he's not going to do it. So Trevor is going to get a look at the 112. May have to go.
Must hit 12 darter here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Carey freeze Trevor and then unfreeze as we did earlier in the day. As we see Trevor miss the big dart to get to the finish. Should be maybe a 45.
Yeah, 45 is probably the route here. You're just going to try to get as low as possible. It's the big 15 there. Maybe just so he has something to do on his next turn. It also could be a vote of confidence for your partner here, just saying, hey, maybe he will hit the big shot, and I get the preferred double. Might as well get the opportunity just in case. Carey not on a finish, no real reason to get all the way down in that very moment.
Yeah, good recovery after the first, but most likely not going to get a shot at this 32. And heck, Philly, the 154 in play. Tricky now. The 215 total. He's not going to freeze, so the 32 open to hit. Philly going to walk away a little frustrated with that one.
Trevor's decision to hit the big 15, like it might be a smart one. It is. Very interesting stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, chalk leg at the end of it. Team that went first, and the guy that went first took it out. So, race to 3. You see Philly still thinking about that shot there in the background. Jermaine to get us started.
Had to grab some more aiming fluid there real quick. Taking time playing up the drama for the fans. As Beck and Hawk are eliminated, Lights Out Elite sitting in that 4th place match.
Joe Hedrick at the board for these guys again. And to take it out. It's not going to happen. Back to the match.
Hey!
Nailed it.
Well, that was a near perfect in. He was intending the double 16, but you'll take double 8, trip 20, trip 20 anytime.
Every day of the week.
Bare minimum on the assignment there from Philly. Gary's going to try early on to apply pressure.
Second dart a little loose from Carey. Much wider kind of margin of error than I've come to expect out of him. Jermaine, though, back into that treble 20. 2 triple turn after a good open. Trying to run away with this one to tie this up at 1 apiece.
I will say, Kerry, when I saw him playing the Florida BullShooters, Kerry and Taylor did make the trek over there. His singles run left a lot to be desired, but that mixed doubles final where it was Tim Adams playing alongside Caitlin Myers and then the Thaxton duo was probably one of the most entertaining mixed doubles finals I think I've ever seen. It was the biggest time I probably ever regretted not being able to stream one of those as we were shutting down the hall. I had to stop. I had to stand there and I just watched that match. Everyone was above a 5. It felt like every leg. It was so intense, and he was in top form then. I don't know if his injury was after that with his foot. I wonder if that's a factor in this, because especially if it's on your dominant standing foot, it might be hard to practice. Yeah, signs of brilliance like this. Mine's a 180.
So we're talking about how well Jermaine was running here. Philly just lingering behind. That 180 from Carey is going to make this a little interesting. Single will get him there. He does get to a finish. But a couple of big shots from 9 to 5. Mediocre turn from Philly, and Jermaine may not get a whack at that 158.
Bare minimum, though, from Trevor Sellers at the 167. 5309.
Rescues the shot a little bit there.
You're trying to back up his 180. Needs to find a trouble on this last start.
Does. So 327 total for 9 to 5. So 158 certainly in play.
Main event likes to take his time to get his composure before approaching that Aki.
Oh, it's on. Another trouble. Double 19. Oh, he goes high. 158, one of the most difficult finishes. Not the biggest, but certainly one of the toughest, just because of the change from the top of the board to the bottom of the board.
On top of the fact that nobody likes double 19.
Trevor leaves it high, so makes the job of Philly a little bit easier, but he is going to have to come up with something here. Keep that 19 in play.
Oh, unfortunate on the last start there, because you almost felt like there was a chance that was going to get sent down with a 140 or more.
Yeah, so 92 or less, and the freeze will be on. And there is also the opportunity to take this out. The good news for Carey is it doesn't really require a whole lot of moving around the board. And stay on that treble 20 to both take it out and bring it down. Just needs to miss the one. I didn't know where the last start went.
I didn't know either. I was like, whoa.
Did he do it? Did he do it? Jermaine stepping up, frozen. Should be a 15. I have a feeling it's going to be a 17. It's an 11.
You need to bring it a little bit lower just in case.
That's a progressive game.
I think just with 86 and 77 being where the sits are at, I think you want to consider doing max, as you can leave yourself on pretty low numbers here. But
Triple 14 or triple 18. Triple 14 for 32 to take a 2-0 lead here. Oh, and he comes inside. No finish for Philly. And the other good thing for Jermaine is that 8 will not come into play for Freeze and Philly, at least for the next turn. But they are going to have to fade the 77.
And now Carrie just needs to get under 40 to make sure main event doesn't get shot at 8, though. Which is my bigger of the two priorities, debatably. I want to make sure don't bust. I want to make sure to get under 40. 18 for double top's a perfectly fine play in this given scenario. Because you can't bust as long as you don't try real low. The biggest risk there was going outside to tie the 56.
Yeah, Jermaine wisely going to bring it down. Again, deciding whether he wants 2 or 4. Decides on 2. Here comes Trevor. Clean up the 16 again for a 2-0 lead. Jermaine rooting hard against Trevor.
That man plays with passion. 2-0. Jump now for, sing it, 925 over Big Philly.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know where you were going with that one. I was like, ladies. Nope, that's not it.
Normally the one I do send over to you. Oh, main event struggles to get in on the start here. This is very costly, very early on.
Yeah, Shane, completely agree. Four's the leave. You can't get frozen at 4. If everybody gets, if it's a battle in that sense, and it gives you a room for error. Easy for me to say.
No,
man. So yeah, it's 4 makes the most sense.
Yeah, I don't really disagree there. I can try to justify it all I want, but 4's fine. Let's leave 4. Let's have a vendetta against the double 2. In that case, we'll get over it. You need the double 2. Hope you are doing well, Mr. Sugar Shane Johnson. Pleasure to see you in there.
Carrie is away, but even with Jermaine not getting in, leaves an opportunity for him to jump back into this leg. We've seen him do it before.
And yeah, full frustrations. 6 starts missed. Trevor should be pretty keen to punish it here and carry in at 460. After this, we will begin the finals of the ladies' bracket here, as they are currently just now starting that 3rd place matchup. We will get the finals to see who plays Super Sisters in that matchup.
And there's an exclamation point for Trevor. 180. Jermaine's still not in. This one looking tough. See a way back for Big Philly. Yeah, Tyler, I don't know. The tongue was swollen on that one.
I'm not one to judge. Given some of my commentary escapades as of late, I showed you that clip from last
That clip that you showed me was hilarious. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't wait until we progress further in the game that, it doesn't need to be 2 guys for 14 hours a day. Back to back days. That will be a nice
or our careers
progression.
Our careers may be progressed to the point where low lights like that get put in compilations on YouTube. It certainly was not a highlight. Sellers, the man out in front here. Philly and Gary basically chalk. Last one got away just a little bit there, catching the wrong side of the dart, but really no harm, no foul. Philly needs to leave a finish from this position, and a 140 doesn't do that. Smartly switches to the 19s, back to the 20s to leave the 170. Doesn't get there, though. Good board management, not execute.
Yeah, I said it a couple times this weekend. Smart darts are not always good darts, unfortunately. Good shot there from Carey, finding a couple of troubles after the wayward first. See just how far down Jermaine can bring it here. .148, first crack at finishing this match. Shot is on. Can stay there. I did treble 19, I'm sorry, for 16 is the shot, and it is converted. So 16 when he comes back, because he will be back, and he will be shooting 16.
Gary Thaxton now just on setup duty, letting his partner take the reins. Excited to be out there, Trevor. Looking forward to it.
And here it is, Trevor Sellers. Take this one 3-0 and hold the king seat in yet another event. There it is. Players exchange the niceties. The conclusion of that one. Would not be surprised if we saw Jermaine and Big Philly again. But they are going to have to do some battle on the loser side as we see Joe for the match 2-0.
He's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen. Sorry, I got to look at all four scores.
Yeah, this is currently 1-0 in favor of these guys again, Joe Hedrick and DJ Sayer. Vanderpool.
Maybe 25. Double 10. There it is. On to a decider then.
Yeah, there we go. Well, we're going to go ahead and leave it going over here, and we're going to watch this last leg decider on the overhead camera, and then we'll get to that match here. I'm going to try to see. I don't think that third place match for ladies has actually started, so I'm going to see if we can move them over to the bullpen. If not, then we'll be back for the finals of that one. So don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Schroeder, joined by Gordon Dixon. Be back in just a moment's time. Here we go. It is time for our ladies doubles final here in Columbus, Ohio for the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon here, and this should be a wonderful time watching some great matches on our board. This is a rematch of earlier in the bracket. It wasn't the queen seat. It was the top four. It was a 2-1 win over Olivia and Amanda for the Super Sisters. That's Olivia Terry and Kat Middleton. Olivia Shimshak, going up against Amanda as well. Looking forward to this one as it's just now getting underway and what should be a good time here. Do appreciate your guys' patience as we did not commentate that fourth place pro bracket because who wants to commentate DJ Sayer, Ohio's Tom Brady?
Ohio's Tom Brady. Wow.
No, unfortunately, they did take the exit, though, and they will now be playing in that third place match. Lights Out Elite against Big Philly. There
is a confused butler somewhere.
Now, Olivia has been having a great time on the Bulls for the most part. Missing two different attempts now at the 6-starter on the last start. If there's a team to come back and play them, I'm not surprised it's this one.
Yeah, no, I think we may have even said that when they beat them the first time.
Does leave a finish on the last, not the finish intended, but it is a finish nonetheless, and not too bad an open out fat bull, right? I mean, it's still 2 bulls at the start. Amanda going to try to do herself a favor and get to a finish as well. Does do so.
So 1, 2, 3 is a finish. Can start on the bull. 19, double 8, 19, fat 16. Cannot utilize the bull again, at least for a finish.
Curious that she didn't have the route pre-planned for the bull. I understand if you get fall, especially for someone of her talent. Well, in either case, got to 19. Interesting way to get there, though.
Well, honestly, that's my mistake too. In an open out, she was going for 13 for triple 20.
The guaranteed dart. Yeah, here looking to collect. She doesn't even need to take it out. Just a couple bulls here helps so much in the run, and those flights are crossed.
Yeah, she she built a little tent over top of that bullseye that time.
That was not her intent.
So 155 can be finished here, and it can be finished by utilizing the bull.
Hey, you still start bull here, and choose your favorite of the cricket trebles.
Shake of the head. Not able to convert, so Olivia shot here on the 19. There it is. First leg in the bag for the Super Sisters.
Yeah, and OT still staying in her top form that we've been seeing her play at. Again, Kat Middleton not showing the same strength that she had yesterday, but she's showing just enough here to play the support partner very, very well in their dynamic duo, and now they find themselves on match point in this final.
Yeah, and it's looking more and more like the title tie between Olivia and Kat is going to be determined in the mixed doubles.
That's true.
Both of them, I saw someone post earlier that Olivia's won every event she's entered. That is incorrect. She was in the triples last evening. It was actually Kat's team took that home.
How dare you not win every event, Olivia Terry? You lost.
It's pretty slack.
Your partner has to get the win. ridiculous.
Yep, pretty slack.
Now, if Kat does win the mixed doubles, though, then all of a sudden, who has the better run? Do you count singles as the highest earning?
Absolutely 100%.
Fair enough.
You should get an equal amount of points for each first place divided by the number of team members.
I don't know. I feel like it's so much harder to organize 2 other people in triples. Let's be real. We have had some team management issues in the past. But no, you're absolutely right.
So yeah, so just for example's sake, if winning singles is 12 points, winning the doubles should be 6 for each of the winning players, and then triples should be 4.
7 points.
4 points for each of them.
A pile of points. I think that was the most telling sign that I stopped listening halfway through. I started zoning out there. So I may have just had lunch, and I'm ready for a nap.
Yeah. Being a carbitarian in the afternoon is rough.
This is also a rough position, though, for Kat. Needs to collect on these bulls.
Yeah, if you remember back, this was the formula that was utilized to win the first leg against the Super Sisters by Olivia and Amanda the last time.
Lucky in the first. Has to be careful. Is careful.
Wow, what a dart! Does get the freeze.
Yeah, trip 14 here, something along those lines. Get under 10. That's the goal. She agreed.
We've seen her go all the way down to 1. Oh, she's going to call that done.
I mean, with Kat not on a finish, it doesn't matter if she gets all the way low on this given turn. Gives her something to throw on the next one.
It's not going to come into play, but what could have happened by not bringing that down, and this is the reason why that player normally brings it down to 2, 4, 8. In this setting, you can bring it down to 1. Is so that they don't freeze their partner for the outside chance. Because at 16, it's perfectly feasible that Olivia and Amanda get below that to actually freeze a shot for Kat.
I wholeheartedly agree. And now, if Olivia's next turn, if she gets one, she should bring it all the way down to, again, 1, 2, 3. Somewhere in that range. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A double top for Little Bully. Ooh, that's going to be unfortunate.
And that is really tough because now Olivia is not frozen. 16 coming in here for the title.
Yeah. Can't believe the opportunity. Takes it out on the double as well. And that will do it for your ladies doubles final. And a little bit of a heartbreaker there as he expected Olivia to not bust there. And sometimes that just happens. So a little bit frustrating that that was the case there, as that will unfortunately bid adieu for Olivia and Amanda. But Super Sisters did do a good job. Got the title. 3 titles for Kat. 3 titles for Terry. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, the gourmet firewood is going to be a glow.
You like me some gourmet firewood
this winter for those 2 ladies. But on to the men in the loser takes third. Got Lights Out Elite taking on Big Philly, Jermaine Kirkendall, and Mike Segal.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take an extra couple warm-ups here. So as soon as they get on over, we'll go ahead and get things started, folks. Kick on some tunes in the meantime, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the third place match here in the Pro Doubles 501, as this should be a good matchup here. I am Nick Chair, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call for this one.
Yeah, we're getting to see who's coming back to take on Trevor. And my mind just went completely blank.
Trevor and Carrie.
Carrie, thank you. Mr. Thaxton, I do apologize.
Don't worry, I remember you Ohio boys.
My goodness, this is Sunday, folks. We are
Sunday.
Commentating as well as we've seen some of our higher-end dart players play here. But not Mike. He's in, off and running. We just saw Joe and DJ go out. 2 lights out.
Yeah, so we're going to be covering our third place match here in full, and then our final for the Pro in full, as the ladies is obviously done for the day. Until mixed doubles, which we are not streaming, unfortunately. But after the finals of the Pro Doubles, it should be right around time for that third place or the final of the amateur bracket here. So 3 matches left, maybe 4 if the third place hasn't played yet for the amateur by the time we get there. Quick day of coverage.
Yeah, great job by Brandon. Doesn't get in, then comes in with a max for his chosen starting double. Since somebody wants to split hairs on whether or not a 160 is a max start.
Actually, the 170 is the highest double.
Please adjust your glasses before you say that.
I did. I even did it.
Ah, look at this. George filling it up as well. So Brandon doing his part. Run down the board. George doing his part in the 1 hole. So
We're off to the races.
Yeah. We're starting to see these guys settle in a little bit.
Well, there's some questions on Big Philly, for the sense that they've just been sitting for a little while now, right? Not terribly long time, but just enough where the other team's been throwing this whole go. Lights Out Elite has won 2 straight in the losers bracket, beating out Beck and Hawk and these guys again. Sounded good, but it was just a 1-2-3.
He is first to a finish. George can't believe when he misses now.
That's how you know he's feeling good. When the missing offends you, you're doing something right.
So 211, big shot needed here from Jermaine. Trying to prevent the freeze on Philly for 101. And that ain't going to do it. Brandon gets below 110. 110 or below. And Philly will be frozen. So needs a little bit over a ton. He's already there.
Whew.
Already there. Job done. So no shot at the 101.
Well, you and I were talking about this off columns a little bit. I don't know if we were talking on air about this, about who could double dip the Trevor and Carrie team. This performance we're seeing from these teams is a lot more convincing. And I wouldn't call it like this is likely to be a double dip, but now all of a sudden the possibility, it does seem in range.
Yeah, I mean, we're only in game 1, but we've already seen all 4 of these players play at a better level than we have thus far, especially shot on shot. And that includes Brandon not getting in and then going, 6 perfect, 5 perfect after that. So, yes, that's right to bring that up. Previously, I wouldn't have thought anybody had the firepower to do that, especially 3 out of 5. But if these 2 teams can keep it up, whoever comes out victorious could certainly give them a run for their money and take us at least to a second set.
Yeah, play a little spoiler on the run, Love to see it. Kessler now trying to get in. Does so on the second dart.
Yeah, it's something that we saw between Brandon and George previously on the stream.
It was the out of sync nature.
Yeah, Brandon wouldn't get in. George would run down the board. George wouldn't get in. Brandon run down the board.
But now they're both doing about the same. Not the kind of parity we were calling for, but nonetheless, I think parity is important when you're playing in a freeze format. Jermaine does recover well with the 1-2-1. But Mr. Lights Out to find the switch and turn it off or turn it on. If it's lights out, it would be off.
Fills it up. Fills it up with the quickness. Just feel like George just throw all three of them up there, lob them up there, and they just neatly fit into the treble 20.
He throws his darts with a sense of urgency, that's for sure.
Billy tries to follow him. Comes up one shy there. Big shot needed from Brandon to stay within touching distance. Not going to happen. He misses left and right. The stank eye from George over his shoulder there.
Main event, though, can leave a finish from this position, and Kessler definitely struggling, like you mentioned. We need 2 troubles after the first. Instead, find 0.
Yeah, do not like the switch. I understand it, but needed to stay on those 20s to legitimately get it to a finish. Another 180. Georgie Porgy Pudding and Pie.
I'm sorry, one more time?
I don't know if I can do that one again.
That's not a one more time one for you? Fair enough.
Oh, only 47. So this is a please don't freeze my partner shot.
Well,
And he's doing the work. He's doing the work.
throws his hands. But hey, that's exactly what you need to do, especially when you're trying to get that 2-0 jump and erase the 2, which is the best kind of jump.
Yeah, I think about halfway through that shot, Jermaine figured out this probably isn't going to go his way. Again, we are on the loser side, so this is for the match. 81. Jermaine not leaving a finish. 159 not an out in this setup. So all kinds of time for Lights Out Elite.
It was such an unfortunate deflection there for Jermaine as it looked primed to go in the trouble, instead flicked into the 5. Them sitting at 159. Billy has a lot to work to do.
Yeah, maybe an outside chance for a freeze. We can come down. Brandon probably needing at least 2 triples. They just need to fill it up. Guarantee the shot.
And if you're June Fernando right now, you're definitely cheering for George Daniels to go on the run still. He even said it on Friday night. He's like, I have a chance to make the invitational shootout still if George wins on the doubles.
That's true. That's true.
He was cognizant of that fact. I did not bring it up. Needs to get below 29.
Yep. So 28 or less. If it is tied, it is not frozen. 2 troubles still do it. Not going to happen. So double 6 for the match. George Daniels. Lights out. Settle for 12 out. Settle for 6 out.
Well.
Wowza.
Well.
Wowza.
67 for a saving shot from Philly.
See, and the strange part is if that's the first shot that you ever saw George throw, you're like, this guy does not care. I promise you, he does. Is Philly buries the treble 17 for the double 8 to tie this one up at 1 apiece. Big cork coming in here.
Yeah, this is massive. An opportunity that Lights Out Elite cannot believe they gave up. Have to have a short memory in this game, though, Gordon.
Yes. The closer you are to a goldfish, the better off you'll be.
Wise words of Ted Lasso.
Philly got him. Philly got him. 1 hole out of the double.
Wait a second. Something's happening here.
Now this could be. Usually a hucklebuck happens within a couple of shots. This could be an entire leg full of hucklebuck.
And that's a lot.
Yeah,
Huckles and buckles.
If you have a pile of hucklebuck, then that is
more than I can count.
A lot. Look at this. Jermaine going to take advantage. Oh, he throws quick anyway, so it's tough to say slow down, but that third one felt fast even for him.
Yeah, he definitely throws with some speed on that dart.
George get it out of his head.
Does fine on the end. Again, that 100 range is exactly where you want to find yourself. Anything more is great. Anything less doesn't feel like enough.
Philly's off and running. You see a come on from him. He knows.
Question mark on Brandon Kessler. Can he follow in suit? Now would be the time. At least that's a marker.
He's away. He's away. So Jermaine v. George. Only 60.
Now there's your opening of your George. He knows it. You got to just make sure you're not too eager to pounce on it and just play with that same force you've been playing with the whole time.
A little shoulder action in that one.
Oh, no. You said basically chalk on top.
Yeah, this is getting you right here.
This is not the leg one darts we were spoiled with.
No.
This is the best kind of get you. It's intense. You know they all really want it, and they all know it's very doable right now.
And if you're carrying Trevor, like you got to love this. You're like, oh, both of these guys are going to come out of this tight. Good shot there from Brandon. But Jermaine not really punished for that 60.
He's looking up to the darting gods here. You can play for the cover if you want. No harm here.
Hit the hand, swipe the shoe, find the treble 20.
Of course, he just recollected, so you know George going to throw 140 right here.
Well, 351 stinks. 180 doesn't leave you a finish. Does find 2 big trebles. And again, the wry smile from George. He cannot believe that he is still playing darts in this particular match again.
Can you blame him? That match was theirs to win. Now it seems like it might be theirs to lose. It's hard to tell who's exactly going to hold that title. It's still a little too close to call, favoring the team going first.
Yeah, only 60. Brandon needs a big shot.
Oh, no.
You see the grimace. He stays even with Philly, so tougher chances to freeze, but had a chance to leave a finish of his own. How far down will Jermaine go? And only 60. My goodness, these guys are tight.
Ton plus, troubleless. Ton plus, troubleless.
There it is. 180 from George Daniels in a big spot. Puts himself in a good spot. Helps out his partner. Try to get the freeze with a slack turn here from Philly. He finds 2 trebles.
It's not a slack turn, but if right now Brandon's thinking, just hit a ton. If I hit a ton, he has to hit a perfect shot for the freeze.
Yeah, he could have froze with a 180. Didn't happen. But now
He's going to get below 37.
he can, yeah.
27, excuse me.
Yeah, this is a relatively straightforward shot, especially if he can find 2 trebles. Oh, yeah, you got to think about this one, sir.
54.
So right now they're at 97. He needs 28 points. So a bull won't work. That'd be trip 16. That's what it was. So Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie. 48.
For the match and a redemption here for George Daniels, who felt like he should have won in the last. He'll have 2 darts for it. A double top. Over to the 10. And it goes this time. And he can't believe it. He's not going to celebrate that because that was down to the wire.
Yeah, no, that was I'm not proud of it, but I'm going to take it. Kind of scenario there, George. This is the extent of the emotion that you're going to get out of George. It's just kind of hands on the hips. So thank goodness I got through that one. But he did. They did. Absolutely. Trevor, Bull wouldn't have done it. He needed more than 25 points. So, I mean, you could have shot for the Bull to hit 50, but the treble's a bigger target for what you needed.
Yeah, again, that bull would have left 31 there. You need to get to less than 28. So that was the target line there. So, yeah, anyways, that was a pretty intense matchup here, and it's now time for that finals. They're going to go ahead and get right on over to that board, and we'll be ready in just a moment's time. And then after that, we'll do the rest of the coverage on that non-pro bracket. Don't go far, folks. Be right back. Here we go for the finals of the Pro Doubles. 5:01 here as we get a high ton from Trevor Sellers to get things started. I'm Nick Shred, joined by Gordon Dixon on our last call of the Pro bracket today.
Yeah, we always start off with a question of how's the king seat holder doing? And Splamo.
Blammo.
We know straight away. And we got another high ton from Brandon Kessler, Kerry Thaxton, to get his campaign started. We were talking off air, but when you've got a player like Trevor who's been the most consistent that we've seen, just leg on leg, probably through yesterday too, to be completely honest. Sometimes that supporting character role is even more difficult because now you know you're playing with a winner, someone that's obviously got the firepower, and now you just need to kind of stay alive, stay within touching distance.
Yeah, I was talking with Danny about this on the call back in Florida, but he will tell you time and time again, I don't disagree. I think the B position player is actually the harder of the two jobs already. You have to not only worry just the same as your other partner of just getting down to 0 first, right? That's always the goal. But then secondly, you're more likely setting up so that way that they aren't frozen as the other big factor, or you're setting up the shot to freeze the other person that was going first. So oftentimes the harder position anyway. So Kerry will just have some work to do as he did fail to get in. We'll need to recover some lost ground.
Oh, bit unlucky there.
Oh, no. I, again, want to see some switches around to some different doubles if you're struggling.
Yes, throwing all three there seems a little wild, especially, again, you saw if we're looking at XY axes, he's got one of them down. So all three of those are at the double 11. He hits three of them.
I did see a comment in here about saying who has the best shirt on. It's anybody with a national champion shirt for Ohio State. That is the answer.
Ooh, I like that answer. That is the right answer. I was going to be like, well, it's kind of subjective. You have to take into consideration. But no.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry.
Yeah, no.
You know what? We agree on this one today.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Finally. I mean, you also just explained that I agreed with Danny Baggish, which going to rethink some life things there. But
hey, you know what? That's fair. You can also agree with Danny Baggish on the fact that you think he would beat me in a free throw contest. That's two.
That was random. Was that some type of bit of content that was going to happen?
It's on our Facebook Reels for BullShooter. I'll show you that. That we got a heated discussion during one of the matches about free throws.
That's funny.
I'll show you that one. Gary does switch and finally does get in, but might be a lost cause for this leg.
Yeah, where's my boy Jack Wagon?
Jack Wagon?
Jack Wagon needed to jump in here and tell Kerry to switch in doubles as well.
The fact that Cody Baum said did argue with Jack Wagon in his interview was really funny to me, though.
I will say one of the other things that I got out of my conversation with Trevor yesterday, just again passing on the way to the restroom. He said, "I heard you guys say that I'm either a 7 or a 4," and he's like, "I have to agree with that."
But the 7 version of himself is the best one.
Yeah, well, it cracks me up. These players going back and kind of listening. I probably underestimate just how much some of that actually happens.
It's definitely becoming more common for people to go back and look at it for sure. To the point where I had this happen at a tournament. I can't remember specifically which one. I was talking with somebody, commentated their seat match. They came up to me before their finals was called and said, "Hey, I have some notes on what you said." I'm like, "You can't listen to the commentary in the middle of your tournament run." They were like, not a pro bracket. It was like an amateur bracket. I was like, "No, don't do that. Worst time to do that."
Yeah, nice clean there from George. Going first here in the final. Again, this is the first set. Trevor and Kerry are the seat holders, but now losing 1-0 We are back to best of 5. Just a reminder to everybody joining. Yeah, no, and I feel bad. It's not that I don't believe most of the stuff that comes out of my mouth, but when you talk for as many hours as we do, and then somebody wants to come up and be like, "Hey, you said X, Y, or Z, and that's nonsense." ABC, and I'm just like, dude, I really don't even remember what you're talking about.
Now, I will say, if they ever show me or say, hey, given the context of, especially if I remember the context, a lot of times I'm like, okay, I can see where you're coming from. Or I'll say, actually, here's why I think this in further detail. I always love having those conversations with people because it makes me a better commentator. It makes, hopefully makes some players better players too.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, if there was, there's been multiple times even today where I think there was someone was on 218 yesterday, and I was talking about how it would have been easier to leave 120 and the triple was the last dart. In my head, I would have switched off after the first dart, hit the 18, and then went back to the 20. So I had half the conversation in my head before it actually went out over the airways.
Yeah, and sometimes we get corrected in other aspects, like Shimshak.
The amount of money that I would have lost on that is I can't overstate it.
Kerry had the struggles to get in on the last leg, and see Brandon failing to do so on his first 3 here. George doing a good job into 3-4-1. But Kerry can actually lead the pack here. I think the reins as Sellers has definitely calmed down a little bit. Now, the last leg you could attribute to what wasn't really in range either way, but even in this leg, not looking too great after 6.
Brandon choosing not to leave until the last start either. So 0 for 6 for him. He took carry 8 in the last leg. So a little bit of parity on that side of things too.
And maybe, I guess sometimes I have trouble understanding the dedication because I am a person that gets in on double 16. So usually I'm already in that vertical range. And if I feel blocked, I just go to the 15-10 because it's the same difference. But as a 20 in, it's just, you have to be nailing it. But of course, if you do nail it, your best chance of getting a 9.
Well, it's important to know how you miss. I was always, if I was missing, it was usually low and right. So my in was the double 18 because I would snag a 4, double 4, every once in a while. So you have to keep that in mind in what you're choosing as far as a starting double is concerned.
Brandon does get in, but quite the separation between him and his partner. Trevor just needs to do a little bit of cleanup duty here to make sure Kerry continues to go out in front. That should be all right. George, you're going to tee up something, though. But the free should absolutely be in play.
Kerry, first look at the finish here from 145. Shot is on. Treble 15. Maybe treble 18. Want to bring it down and have a good double. Yeah, nice shot.
Great board management there from Kerry Thaxton. Well out in front. One of the invitational shootout participants. Him and Taylor were the only couple besides you and DJ there. As far as players. I count you and DJ. Like work husbands.
Work husband. do bicker, sit next to each other watching something that only one of us wants to watch anyways.
That's too real.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities there.
I opened up a new avenue in your mind there for a minute. It's all the way down.
Yeah, probably. I don't think anything crazy is going to happen here. Double 8 to tie this one up. Harry just looked likely the entire leg there.
But still only 1-1 here, so no alarm bells yet. But George and Brandon need to go have partners therapy here for a second and try to get into the same wavelength here. Start firing on the cylinders together. Solid in from Trevor Sellers. Brandon wasting no time on this go round.
Yeah, just wayward with one of them. So that consistency is really what's kind of plagued Brandon throughout the entire day today.
And again, with Brandon, it's just one of those things where it's been in the last couple of months where that started really rearing its head. Excuse me. There is about 6 months ago or so, he was posting some 6+ averages pretty consistently in long format cricket matches that we saw over on a couple of different tournament runs there. So he was absolutely finding it not so long ago, and maybe the business aspect of darts pulling him away a little bit towards the busier months.
Well, Brandon's been a top player in Ohio for, the last 20 years, probably. So it's cyclical for all of us. Oh, I think Trevor thought that was going in.
And good reason to believe so. He's been hitting shots like that time and time again.
Dead nuts. Yeah. First dart like that. Had to imagine he was going to follow it.
Lanes did just get knocked down that 4th place position, so it's going to be Johnny Lane and family. By C squared, taking on Brandon Kiki now in that 3rd place matchup.
Ah, yes. Who has the king seat in that one?
That is going to be barely registered. That has that one, which is going to be the team of... Drum roll. Thank you. Kyle Collier and Steve Turek.
Ah. Steve, a Cleveland All-Star, I believe.
So in the likes of LeBron James.
One and the same.
Can't tell the difference. Good last start there from Sellers to leave a finish at 152. Will be the first one on and out. Brendan Kessler can be the second one on and out, but have to switch. 140 is not good, so they're smartly goes for the 133.
Yeah, we've seen him do this a couple of times. 7 of them will leave the big fish. There it is.
Good board management.
I was going to say that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You beat me to it.
Go
Good
ahead.
board management. See?
That was way better.
Totally said it.
And Gary, of course, can hit a 180 for the 141, though, which is statistically the coolest checkout.
Look at him. Ringing it up. That was another one. He knew it before it left his hand. And here, this is I think what we expected at all 4 of these players. A little bit more consistently leg on leg.
Yeah, this is definitely shaping up to be a way more interesting affair than how it was looking at the beginning there.
Now, no freeze, so 152 could make this Springfield. So, yeah, Cincinnati or Dayton All-Star.
Stay there just to leave the double six, try to bring it on down. Double six is getting more and more popular. Is switching. Gets to 24. You feel like you need to go a little bit lower there and get the extra 12 points?
In that spot, probably not. But I was also one that was always just trying to simplify as best I could what the options were. So I probably would have only because my mindset wouldn't have been anything other than just get it down as low as possible after I didn't take it out. Treble 19. Oh, he's outside.
He needs to get to 5 to freeze, so he can't freeze there. Just goes back up to try to score a max amount of points.
Well, and there we saw Carey do something on 78. On paper, 54 is the better shot, but wanted the extra 6 points and grabbed the treble 20.
If Trevor had 12 less points, it would still be a tied score here.
Wow, what a shot. What a shot. Got to the outer ring. Maybe should have stayed on the 18 for a shot at the bull or double 7, but man, you can't second guess some guy sitting on 0.
That's the truth.
I pretty much do it every stream though.
The truth? Or
No,
second
no.
guess?
Second
guess.
Second guess people sitting on 0.
All right, just want to make sure we were on the same page. I was like, actually.
Now, big shot there from George. Trevor going to get us started in this 4th leg, trying to even it up. They are kind of backs against the wall right now. Our seat holders.
Yeah, they need to take firm advantage of their throw here. If they do so, we go the distance, and it'll come down to last leg decider. Carey's done a good job of picking up his game throughout this final. I am impressed with where he is at compared to where he was, kind of in a wavy spot. And again, just Brandon Kessler's a question mark. He's been excellent. He's had his moments.
Oh, 3 unconvincing darts there from George Daniels.
Anybody that did not make it out here in person, they ran 5 total blind draws, by the way, out here to play in all these different fun events. And the mixed doubles actually is just now getting on the way. It's 2 o'clock. 46 teams in that one. I did sign us up, by the way.
Oh, nice.
You guys are just going to commentate it from chat. You have to admit, though, if you're one of the mixed doubles teams, and you just see that, there's just one final going on and one third place match going on in the other brackets, and you see the hold on your match right before you start your run, you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah, that's one of the tricky parts about coordinating with multiple events running at the same time. Nice shot there from Trevor. Really taking advantage here, not leaving anything to chance. George does finally get in the 5th time of asking. Going to rip the darts out of the board. Frustration.
I will say, I meant more so in regards to the fact that, you're going to have to play somebody that was just in a final or position place. It's such a tough feeling knowing, like, and I'm going to have to play a really tough team. That was like me and Phil Cunningham yesterday.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up the way I did is you get a lot of questions as a tournament director. Hey, when is this event going to start? Like, well, this event is going to start at 2 o'clock. The problem is anybody that's in the event before that, their matches are not going to start at 2 o'clock.
Which actually only affects one first-round match, funnily enough, with how this one shaped up, because the other one happened to land on a bye. And they've been doing a good job of running things quick around here for sure this weekend.
Yes, we talked about it, I think, Friday night quite a bit, as I was pushed into a position that I did not really want to hold. The tournaments do go by really well with the Tournament King software. With all of the boards linked, I think it's much easier for everybody at home following along. But just remember, 135, all of the Friday night brackets will not be completed in Pittsburgh next week.
But that would be a crisp 10 Monopoly doll hairs. If I'm right, I'm framing it. I want you to know that. I'm framing it. And when Arachnid eventually hires me, hey, when you guys listen to this back social media team, just know hire me. I'm going to frame that dollar and put it right above my desk, or that $10 bill.
I'm so hoping that I can get eyes on this quickly. I actually had a bet with Action Dad number 2 on putting house darts into a bullseye. And I had to go, I think it was like 15 or 16 out of 20. And I ended up doing 18. And it was a $2 bet, and he threw them down on the we had all 4 of the dollars sitting on there. And to spite me, he ripped them all up. Because he was so mad that I won.
You can't do that.
I put them into like a flight Ziploc baggie, and they're in a safe. So like once every couple of years when I move, I run across the baggie of $1 bill flakes.
The worst cereal brand. George Daniels struggling in this leg, back at 260. Gary now is going to continue to run away. That's another bet I lost. Austin Braswell pointing out that his wife has a signed dollar from me in her wallet.
Fail on my part. I thought I had it saved as a favorite.
Instead, it's just a bunch of pictures of me.
Serious. I'm glad you're looking over my shoulder at that.
Gary's sitting at 80 now. Combined 160 score. Mr. Spider himself will just have to bring this one on down. He is frozen, and we are pretty much set for a last leg decider here. Trevor Sellers will be approaching with 70. Man of the weekend, debatably. Double top. We are not going the distance just yet. George Daniels going to just try to play for a 180 and hope for a bust from Carey. It's the only route you're really going to have to give a shot here. Not in the cards. Axeman Thaxton. Double 10. The board evades him.
Oh, and he comes inside. Still nothing too worrisome about the situation here. I'd be interested to hear Trevor's response. Just how many titles or matches he would give up for the title that man behind him holds, the singles title for the weekend.
Oh, I don't know how much you'd give up because if he wins here, he still gets that invitational shootout spot. So that's the biggest care. Of course, yeah, you want the honor of winning singles. Who doesn't want to win pro singles? But you still got the same prize if you get the win here.
That's true. The existential carrot.
June Fernando still saying, "Let's go, George Daniels," somewhere in the hotel.
Think of that Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Whistling, pointing at the TV every time George is on a double.
me when my parlay is going on for $1 at the World Championships for sure. And that second dart is in the double. Trevor has some work to do, but actually not blocked too much.
Well, he can only tie or hit the P hole to win this.
You got a free mulligan. That's got to be worth something.
Warm up dart.
Ooh.
Oh, he tried. I think he's out. Unless, is it green fading to black? Oh yeah, no, he was one extra hole out.
That was a valiant effort, nonetheless.
Yeah, no, he put a really good dart on it. At that point, it's almost luck on which way it wiggles its way into the segment. So, Lights Out Elite going to have a genuine whack here to win the first set with the darts.
We appreciate the near 700 plus of you we have tuning in across all of our different platforms for this great final here in Columbus, Ohio. It's 9 to 5 clocking out for their day with a big win here. Or is the Lights Out going to make us stay up just a little bit longer watching this great action? So far, everyone's getting in just fine. It's a good time for Brandon Kessler to find a nice 10 plus in.
What Carey can do here. Job done. Raise of the eyebrows, but job done.
I don't care if it's double one, double five, double 20, double bull. I just want to get in.
Especially in a decider like this. Look at George. The singles champion trying to flex here.
These are moments where he's definitely shown his best starts. These last leg deciders where it matters most. And those are the best times to be on your best game.
Yeah, the 7 missed darts to finish in the loser takes third match to send it to a decider, that was very uncharacteristic. Most of the time when George smells a little blood in the water, he's gonna finish it out. Look at this, Brandon Kessler coming alive too in this decider.
EK landing a whopper there. Really nothing on that one? I was saving that one.
For what?
For you.
Oh, Carey not able to find the trouble. So this looking like a chalk leg. Brandon shaking his head yes as soon as the first dart went in. Such a big sign of dart players who can follow that first dart. Big thing that they talk about in the overseas game, the first dart merchants, as they call them. Basically just means they can follow that first dart extremely well.
I always love watching players that kind of play that style. Ricky Evans is probably one of my favorites in that genre of players. Okay, this is great work from Kessler here. Kind of silencing some doubts in the right moments. And this is pretty much set now. You go to another set. You want to say that we will be missing that third place matchup as they are currently 1-1, by the way. We actually have a little view down our overhead camera over there. So they're still battling it out over there. But we will watch that final when it comes around.
We're not holding it, right? To hold up the mixed doubles?
We'll get full coverage of that final. Brandon Neal, fellow professional darts commentator, saying that it was a quality commentary for me on the BK Whopper. That's all that matters. That's for you, B-Dog.
What's the next one mean?
I think you just liked it when I said that was a Valorant effort earlier. I don't know. Did I miss one? Did I actually do a pun?
I don't know.
Wouldn't put it past me.
Is Valorant a word?
Valorant? Yeah.
Isn't it Valiant effort?
Valorant's a video game that I play.
Which may be why Brandon appreciated. Maybe he thought
he is
you
a
were,
gamer.
You were punning in there. All right, 6. Back to the match.
Yeah.
Double top. And there it is.
That's a video game I play. You're right.
Oh man. This is what you get on day 3 in hour 15, 16 of speaking on mics.
A little bit more of that, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not good at math.
That's okay. I'm not good at speaking. No harm, no foul there.
All right, Corkin for the next set, and it will be our former seat holders now drugged down into the losers bracket. But we're going to keep playing 3 out of 5.
Because that's more fun. Chad, I appreciate you guys having a good time with us. We're having a good time. I will say, if anything, really, like, I want not to over talk the subject, but the tournaments have done such a good job of running everything quick. This is more of the 3 weekends on the road for me showing. They're Houston right into Las Vegas, into here, and the next weekend into PA. It's definitely the struggling to continue to speak coherently about the same subject for 30 hours a week, it feels like.
So interesting here. I think we're getting
Nope, they were just adjusting the default order.
Oh, I thought we were getting a switch up here.
I don't know if I would call any of these teams to switch it up overall, though.
No, I wouldn't have either. That's why I was interested to see what was actually being changed.
Yeah, sometimes the board just defaults. It depends on how you put it in on the sign-up sheets. If you're the top player or the bottom player, of how it default shows on the board. Valorant effort. I've been saying that for like weeks.
Yeah, I don't listen.
Apparently no one does.
Brandon, again, in troubles with the darts this time.
Oh, the first rearing of its question mark head shows up there. The Riddler plays tricks on the boards.
See, I don't like this reaction only because like Carey plays enough steel that if your board or your dart comes out of the board, it doesn't count. Like, so I'm sorry it's a question mark, but chuck the next one in there.
It definitely feeling a little frustration. I think, if anything, yeah, I don't know if I would say I love the step off of their reaction. It's just one of those things that happens in this game format. I agree with you. On top of the fact that Kessler didn't get in, it's not like it's the most detrimental one in the world.
Well, but I think that's part of it, though. There was a big opportunity there, and I think he knew the spot that he was in. That if he could have got away with a first dart double and maybe a big triple or two, it would have really put an exclamation point on that failure to get in. But now, as we've talked about earlier, Brandon goes up there, hits the double 20, hits the double 16, and a big triple or two, and he's right back in it. He's essentially forgiven for the open round.
Well, now this is dicey. And misses on the switch. All of a sudden, BK is out of Whoppers and is giving foot lettuce instead.
You say foot lettuce?
That's a Burger King joke from like 10 years ago. Number 5, Burger King foot lettuce. If you don't get off that tone of voice, that's for like, again, 2 people in chat out of the 700 here. That was for those 2. The Vine reference from back in the day.
Good shot. Good shot.
Ram, go back to bed.
Thank you, Ram.
Yeah, Trevor Sellers looking incredible. George, not much he'll be able to do, even with the fact that Carey's kind of sent back to 370.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get, he doesn't even have a finish. Carey really only needs to get below, I think, a fat 20 at this point to do it.
He agrees. George just going to chop away here. Now, we've commentated George several times, but actually, do you know where he's from specifically? What area he plays in?
Northern Kentucky.
Cincinnati Light.
Yeah. Northern Kentucky's hat, Cincinnati.
He's just real tough, and I've been seeing him at more and more events lately, and he's just been doing some good work on the dartboard.
Yeah, George has been a tough Ohio player on both sides of the game, soft and steel, for a long time now. I believe he played for the Cincinnati All-Star team, but that doesn't really mean much. Because Cincinnati and Dayton are a little incestuous down there with who plays for who.
There you go. Yeah, well outside. Brandon Kessler on this one. Gorgeous. Throwing for show here mostly. 54 to leave 4 was the attempt. Now Trevor Sellers to get the advantage back. And break a throw here. That will do for a 1-0 lead in this race of 3 second set match.
Yeah, first time in this match they've had the lead. So lights out elite. Needing to reel one back.
Oh no.
Now George doesn't get in.
And the body language was not inspiring there. You're curious. I'm finally not the one Facebook stalking. That's all that matters. Hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio, confirmed for George. Also claims Corvington, Kentucky on his Facebook as well.
Yeah, there, Kessler off and running. First time of asking. And you see George. Again, they're going to say, hey, can we both play the same leg at the same time? That'd be great.
Will you just lock it in here, team? Do you think they played together before?
That's a good question. I don't remember ever seeing it, but to be honest, I don't. I mean, it would only be in these types of events that I would get to see that.
Fair enough. Well, just because, again, partner dichotomy does matter. And sometimes you can kind of tell the person you're throwing with is about to start struggling or is about to stop struggling because you kind of know their body language, their characteristics, their general feeling towards the situation. So you can kind of lock in a little bit easier. It's hard to tell when it seems like for them they're just kind of taking turns of who's on, who's off.
To answer your question, Lee, no. It does not revert to losers after the first set. That's just been the way this regional tour and Chicago has always operated. We got the history lesson from our ED, LJ,
Executive director.
This is the 39th annual tour, and it has always been the winner's side format throughout the final. Hey,
Celebration and jest.
slap hands, slap hands.
Brendan Kessler was giving a big smile. He smiles. He kind of reminds me, and I mean this in the most respectful way, but Beaker from the Muppets. In the most respectful way.
That changes everything.
Good shot there from Trevor Sellers. Respecting those 20s right there. Beautiful, beautiful darts. Well out in front of the pack.
Yeah, this is where it's looking like 9 to 5 is going to start stamping their authority. Forte. No, Lee, it's funny you asked that question because literally the singles ended a little prematurely as June Fernando thought he had been double dipped as George had won the first set and then won the first two legs of the second set. So they had hugged, went up and started trying to get the plaques and everything. And my counterpart here had to run out there and explain that it was best of 5 in the second set as well.
I do want to clarify that story. I did not run. I was more of a mall cop speed walk.
Yeah, he asked for a segue before he used any of his own power.
Instead, I just used him to talk about this great shot as he goes over, finds the 9.
Back to the match.
Into the 16 for 32. Nails it.
Good recovery.
Good segue.
So, 2-0 to our seat holders back in the driver's seat. This time, George in straight away. Just one away now for 9 to 5. Trevor and Carey to bring this one home.
A good end from George, not struggling on this go around. Responded well by Trevor. We can't see this back and forth every time. There's no way. I had to start feeling from them as they're laughing at the situation. The amount of times where they have alternated who's been struggling and how far they have gotten despite that fact. it has to be eating at you on the inside a little bit.
Yeah, I mean the number of opportunities that have probably gone awry because of this, one way or the other. Not really punished. So George needs to keep his head here. A couple of big trebles, maybe fill it up, and with a decent in, Brandon can rectify the situation. He does fill it up. Great shot. They can at least reel back one. Yeah, David, I don't know why he hasn't changed starting doubles.
Then someone asked if we, Joel asked if we had any nines. Closest we got was Houston, where Ram missed the 50 with one dart and hit a 25. That was the closest we have gotten so far. Last year on the tour, we had one at the Invitational. We had one on stream as well with Derek Hinkle. And we had one from Patrick Attea on the overhead cam when we were in between matches, which is like the 0.5 counter.
Yeah, to say that you got a 9 in doubles, it's just, you're like, oh, you and your partner must have been throwing good. You're like, no, it was all me.
It was all me. And he almost was frozen on it, by the way. He almost didn't get a chance to shoot that 9.
Yep.
It was a last start trip from Johnny Lackey. They do just enough. Still one of the craziest things I think I've called with you. That was on my struggle bus Sunday, too. Others just to continue to chase. This is still favoring George Daniels, though, as Gary and Brandon neck and neck. 152, not as good as 64, statistically speaking.
Yeah, good shot. Very easy to get frustrated and miss another 3 darts to get in. Get in and then struggle, but after those opening missed darts, done a good job to stick in there. And Carey gonna find a 180 to do his part. But this 64.
Double 2. Whew. Let's take it there.
Nonchalant. That's when George looks his best.
That was a convincing 64 as well. There was no hesitation. Ram saying, thanks for the perfect in clips, Nick. Yeah, Ram now has to be nice to me because he remembers I clipped out all of his highlights. You're welcome, Ram. Thanks for hitting a lot of highlights, though. We need the content.
Forever away. But only 72. The way he's been shooting, that's a bit of an opening. And George not going to do it, is he? Does get in with the third dart. Not the start he was looking for, but he is in. He's away. So is Kerry Thaxton coming off a 180 back end of the last leg.
Carrying that momentum into this one, it seems. Brendan Kessler, this is actually, statistically speaking, going to be a great end from him. I am so good at my job sometimes.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate that that's the rotation that that poor Brandon and George find themselves in. But great timing for one of them to be on it here, as they need this one to extend it to a final leg in this finals match. We are in the second set. 9-5 started with the king seat here. George only 26. Will he be the one that freezes Brandon this time?
Brandon, you're thinking, please don't. I know I just did it, but please don't. Talked about it early on about we don't know if we can see a double dip. Well, maybe we're seeing signs of a double dip. This is getting into that range right now. It depends on this man stepping up to the Aki.
Yeah, shake of the head. Could have left a finish with a perfect turn. But honestly, is he going to get 6 darts from 201? That's the biggest question. It comes down to the other 3 players. Big shot here from Sellers. Big shot from George.
This is a moment of momentum swings potentially. River seems to find another one of those, and just an average turn there at 83. So this is a moment. George hit a big one. Hit a 140. You're going to feel like you're going to be back in range, back online.
See, Brandon already shaking his head in agreement.
135 helps the cause a lot more than the body language says.
No, 100%. We talked about it a couple of times. George not the most excitable guy that we ever had on the stream here. Ooh, Gary Thaxton, is he going to be the first to a finish? He is.
Give a little point to it.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Gary trying to bring it home here. 3-1 in the deciding set. Brandon Kessler is going to be hot on his heels here.
Kessler doing well. He's only missed 2 out of 9 darts, and they were into pretty normal fallouts there in the 19s and 20.
Yeah, no sense in doing any freeze calculations just yet, as Trevor and Carey are going to be able to get back to the board. They'll need a big shot from George.
But then again, another 140, 135, and you're fine.
Well, yeah, the trick here is if he's under Trevor, there's no freeze chance at all. So 140 does that, no problem. Does need another treble. And now it's going to be interesting.
It needs to get to 31 or less, Carey Thaxton. Or just take it out.
Or just take it out. Yeah, 0 also an option.
Or the match. Carey Thaxton gets it done with Trevor Sellers rising to the occasion with a 12-dart leg there. Some absolutely great stuff, and what was almost a comeback there from Brandon Kessler and George Daniels.
Yeah, no, excellent match. Glad to see Carey really stepping up in that what ultimately became the deciding leg there. Trevor, you see, he pumped up, did a lot of really good work throughout the day. But your champion's 9-5.
And George in some disbelief. Look at they are fired up right there. Love every bit of it. They are back to the invitational shootout stage. Both of these guys were there in the previous go as well. Good job for those boys. You can see Taylor giving some love to these tough competitors. And George, he looks frustrated, but he's also in the invitational shootout. BK will still have to fight for another opportunity. Maybe we'll see him in PA for BK. Maybe. All right, guys, we got that non-pro final coming up here. They're already called up. C-squared versus barely registered to finish out our stream coverage here in Columbus, Ohio. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in just a moment's time once I get over to the board. Here for our men's doubles 501 match brought to you by our ED, LJ Colombe. My name is Nick Sherrod, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call here.
Mr. Clean Troy Cox shooting the bulls. Playing with Cody Cottrell.
I'm 0-1 against Cody Cottrell this year on the tour. He played with Denny Garn in the team that bested me in triples in New York.
And this is Steve Turek.
Turbo Turek, that is. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Barely registered. The team of Glitch and Turbo is your seat holders after a 2-1 win over Brant and Kiki, who we're trying to go for back-to-backs.
Yeah, lost by a leg in the final, or in the seat match, and didn't make it back. Who cares? The second place team from yesterday, also late in the mix.
They lost the fifth six. They lost in the top four to Brant and Kiki. Did not get the revenge there either. If you're 0 for 3 against the same team, you just weren't going to get them that weekend.
Yeah. There's your sign. So the amateurs here are playing open in, open out, full bull. So that's why you see a little bit different format, a bit different in terms of the strategy as well. Nice on-screen hat trick.
Cody Cottrell now going to try to follow. He just got shown where the Bulls were. He said, oh, that's where they are. I want to deflect out anyways.
Yeah, the pleasure of playing with Cody in a triples event.
Oh, yeah?
It was me, him, and Wanda Kuntz.
That's a fun team.
Yeah. We didn't play very well, but it was a fun team.
I like to think it's your fault more than theirs.
No, 100%. Cody's also a very I'm not gonna say intense, but like he's a rah kind of dart player.
He is raw and raw.
Yeah, I'm not like hit your shoulder pads and bump heads and spit in each other's mouth, kind of head banging football kind of dart player.
Yeah, only as a commentator. You do that right before we get on the mic.
No, I'm a little more aggressive behind the behind the mic.
Yeah, please send help. Cody Cottrell trying to leave a finish here. No one else is on one, surprisingly, from that position.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Okay, so he's not going to shoot for it. Needed to leave the bull to get to a finish there.
And even after the miss on the first, he could have gone trip 20, leave the 180. It is open out. Was eligible, did not elect to do so, though. So Glitch in the Matrix here. Going to be the first one to finish instead.
Troy with an off leg for sure. Last couple of times I've seen Troy's thrown very well. Now, given it was in the steel side of things, but usually that translates fairly well. Steve with a setup shot.
It's still looking pretty good position, even with that errant last dart and at this given leg here. C-squared, not much they can do. Cody has to leave a finish no matter what for step one of this plan, though. Keep talking about the potential routes to get out of bad situations.
Yeah, there he is, filling it up.
Now they have to fade 81.
He's looking up. Yeah, 11 for bull.
That's a shot I would take. 1 for trip 20 is not the one I was looking at.
For 60, I would have lost a lot of money this weekend.
Yeah, you got to stop betting on things.
I
Wait
know.
till next weekend.
I know. Well, thankfully I have. That's why I didn't lose all of the money. So 225 for Troy.
Oh, awkward position. He does not like it. This is one of those scenarios where he has to move to the side and try to collect 2 more bulls. I don't think you can take the risk of covering on the 20s.
Does appear to be what he's doing here.
They might have to move to the other side. There's still room.
Deflected down. 720s.
We already seen the preference from the partner.
Right?
No, more traditional.
Tops.
Double tops.
There it is.
Leg number 1 going to the seat holders here. Barely registered. Did see a debate on the darting world. One of the dart pages on Facebook. They're like, why are the commentators saying tops? Isn't it double tops? And someone said, how can it be double tops if it's just tops? And then became a whole semantics debate online. It's
Oh
both.
my gosh.
It's just both. They're both names. Well, 20 means the tops segment is in the top segment, and then double tops means the double portion of it. It was a whole. It was like 200 comments. It was like a big. I swear, the things that you see on Facebook, 10 out of 10.
I love it.
Because I also the reason I'm saying that is because you said tops, I said double tops at the same time.
Oh yeah, so in that scenario, I'm right. I'm the first 100 comments, and then you can be the second 100.
I think DJ Sayer has it right. I should be out there playing. Maybe I'll swap with him.
Style points. He doesn't get it. There's something I want to see. 3 in the black. I want it to be worth, I don't know, 175 or 200.
Yeah, you know what? I would love that.
Just a little extra pepper on it.
Or just play the fancy animation. You know, play it because I don't think it actually shows up if. In this
I
format.
I actually think it does.
It does.
Yep.
All right.
I think if you hit 3 in the black, it'll still
Maybe like
give you that.
Maybe like a psych out fancy animation. The nice thing about Fat Bull Open is the fact that you can go hat trick 180 171. So you're on for the 9 while starting with the hat. In a freeze rule format, you should always just start with the hat there, compared to a double out where you'd have to sometimes start with the 180. There's your math lesson. Cody, though, no pressure to go for that, so should be playing for a 10. He throws number 7 length flight carbons, and I think that's just such a ridiculously long. I actually was at a tournament, and he goes up to the vendor. He's like, hey, I don't have any spares. Do you have this very niche shaft length product? And the vendor's like, why would I have that on hand?
I just like how economically sound that is. Like if you're going to pay for carbon shafts, you might as well get the most carbon that you can.
It is true. They cost the same. And speaking of vendors, do want to shout out SuperDarts.us for being our vendor here this weekend. They'll also be the vendor in Pennsylvania next weekend. And let me tell you, you got to appreciate the Walmart Superstore size booth that they got going. They do have a pretty phenomenal setup, all things considered.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that you could be needing that they don't have, taking up pretty much the entire foyer of the dart, outside of the dart hall. He split $150 there from Glitch.
And that's a big one, too. Get to the first look at a finish. Now you're just worrying about making sure your partner doesn't freeze because you could potentially just get that 2-0 win right here in this final. So if we saw the team of last minute get a win in the Pro-Am, do you think barely registered means that they were last second as well?
That's probably closer to a testament of not getting signed up rather than a last minute setup.
Fair enough.
If that distinction is clear enough.
No, but I'll allow it. Mr. Clean looking for a big round here. Job done. As 167 cannot go. Partner just confirming there.
Yeah, Cody with the hot hand here in the second leg. Bull 36, probably the root.
Bull Trip 12 is for the fans. Oh, he tried to. I've been calling it the whole tour. Someone's gonna hit it. Oh man,
I'm kind of flabbergasted right now.
This hurt my hand.
That's
On the chair.
that was the order he went in. But yeah, job done. Down to 24. No real danger.
Especially with Turbo, and still not on a finish. And it just shows that Cody's a man of the people. I've been saying it for a while now.
Yeah, that was a legit look. 13-13. There it is. Troy Cox taking out the second leg. So on to a decider in this first set. Barely registered are the seat holders. C squared. Going to need to win this one and the next set if they're hoping to double dip. Really, both legs went with throw. So per usual, I'm going to fancy the team that wins the cork until they're not fancied.
Ooh, and that's a tough cork.
Tie?
Looks like a tie. Mr. Clean now to try to sneak one in between. Throw a little bit from the right side of the Aki, try to throw into those darts. Ooh, good blocker dart, though.
Yeah, only one hole in, but kind of congesting the bullseye.
Yeah, if you play from the left side, you can easily deflect on the barrel outside the bull. You try to throw straight on, get over top, you might overthrow it, put it into the single 20 or 5.
Tied again.
That's a tie. Yeah, that's a good one. I love it in the finals when no one wants to give up the diddle. Now, you just have to throw this one straight in the middle now and just drill it.
Setting up. He is setting up way left off camera.
Woo! That's a great placement.
It's a really good dart.
They're like almost at the other board now, guys. That's how far away this is. Oh, and it catches low.
So the seat holders will have the throw in the decider here of the first set. They win. It's over. You see Steve in the background getting pumped up, staying loose. If C squared is able to pull it off, we will play it again. And not that I'm rooting for C squared, but this is the last match of the stream. So chances are this is going to a second set decider.
Yeah, well, on top of that, you spent 3 bowls on the cork. You're not going to hit any on the open. Oh, got one. He got one. That's how that works, too. It's the same thing with those count-up diddles that you see more and more, especially in some of these remote tournaments. It's like, oh, I hit the 180 here. Now I'm having to hit another 180 in the start. Mr. Clean saved that bull earlier. That's why he got to apply a low ton here. Only a 30-point separation. Turbo was getting amped up in the background.
Yeah, the biggest thing, again, the amateur final is usually, especially on the double side, is 4 people that just aren't pro yet, or have been pro and dropped off the list. I mean, all of them very proficient on the bullseyes.
Yeah, this is some good stuff from all these guys right now. Even with the 1 bull start from Glitch, I mean, he still did all that work to win the diddle, and so we'll forgive him on here, but this is where you need to collect at least 2, preferably 3. There's your opening right there. Takes off his hat to give a nod to Mr. Clean. Maybe unrelated.
Nah, somebody came over on the boat together.
One more bull here does start to help change that tide even more. You're playing for Turbo. The fact that he opened up with a hat trick here. The A and B rolls have flipped as far as I'm concerned. Now, Cody should consider doing a 180 here.
Completely agree.
I don't think he is going to. I think he should at least take a swing. He isn't.
Well, yeah, I guess another portion of the consideration is his partner right now is in the lead. So could be a factor in freezing.
Fair enough. I can't really knock him if he hits the hat. But whenever you're debating about that and the freeze isn't the factor, just remember, a 10-darter and a 12-darter is the same thing, which is why you can take that look. Because a 120 will still keep you on track for a 12.
And here's the other big piece. A 150 now from Troy still gives him the first look at the finish.
Oh.
But he has to do the 150 part. Should have been more specific.
It's okay. He didn't listen.
That one's on me.
Yeah, it is. Turbo was on the boosters.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, Rutro Raggy 1, 2, 3 is not nearly as easy because it's not a 2-bull shot for a ton plus. Cody has a big opportunity. That hat trick stay might be the right decision in the long run here. Return to sender, but this time I honestly would prefer 140 over 1, 2, 3 typically though. If there's any saving grace in this moment.
Yeah, it's a much more straightforward shot. What can Glitch do here? Frustrated. One hole out, back to back. Still not at a finish. How clean can Mr. Clean leave it?
Trying to scrub this one up.
150 leaves 38. I don't think you do anything else. Leave the 38 if you can.
That one got away from him.
73? Wow. Wow. Little finish line-itis from everybody right now.
1, 2, 3 for Turbo. I mean, again, the 12 is the same as the 10. Still on for the 12-darter. 13? 19?
I like it. Oh, no.
Missed the big number at the tail end of the shot, and that bust could be detrimental here.
Yeah.
Glitch not on a finish. You're going to come back frozen, more than likely.
Cody's so good on those bulls so far. Bull tops. Oh, he's not going to get a whack.
Let's that dart know how he felt.
Yeah, he said all shucks before the third one.
If I'm Glitch, I need to hit a big shot. I don't know if getting to 20. I mean, 26 should be enough because Cody's at 35. So hit a hat trick. That's a huge saving grace shot there.
Bull 777? Don't hate it. Oh.
Now the 1, 2, 3 redemption shot is back on.
How about this? How about this?
You can't be thinking about how you have to shoot the shot again. Just think, I was about to hit it last time. Hit it again. That's fine.
2 treble 20s.
Not going to happen. Devastating. 35 now to send us to another set.
Yeah, and he's going to be frozen anyways. Not a lot of pressure on this at all.
Drills it. We are reset here for this final. Going the distance. Brandon Neal in the comments saying 123 requires 1 triple and 1 bull, 2 skill shots. 140 requires 2 bulls and a double, 3 skill shots. I would still prefer 1, 2, 3. Well, I understand that sentiment. It's just a game of bull size when you're talking about fat below 1. It's really hard to not want a outs that can keep me in the same area, but I understand that sentiment. I respectfully disagree, sir. No tying on this one. He stacks the dart and then throws the walk-up dart in the bowl as well. Don't waste those bowls. We need them in the beginning.
Double dip is on. No need to set it back up.
Yep, just hit that start button.
Yep. Click on true.
Here we go, Mr. Clean to get things going here. Awkward blockers early. Leads to no bowls, so reset that mental. Say, I lost the diddle. Let's go ahead and keep it going. You curious? Cody Controls listening to In El Chapa.
It's saying to himself, where was this last leg?
Yeah, and then just the bust on the 1, 2, 3. How Turbo approaches this moment here, because his next attempt on the 1, 2, 3 was not nearly as tight. This is going to be a tell if he's still thinking about it or not. He's moved on.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot coming off a tough leg. Got to do it all again.
Glitch is on it.
Back to back.
Throwing well on those bowls and really making some damage happen with them.
Jacob Schaefer calling Turk a wily old veteran.
I say that to you about commentary.
Totally.
They don't have
both
30
fit.
for 30 interviews with me.
They both fit. 30 for 30.
A good shot there. Finds all 3 in the bowls. Glitch still off to the races, though. Of course, wants to be on for the 10, but just wants to make sure he's on for the 12. Oh, this is great stuff. He's on it.
Yeah, what a response here.
Yeah, really snapping back into reality and hitting well before their oops goes the gravity. Calculated miss by Cottrell.
The man lives clean.
Almost like Mister.
Old to leave a finish. No, sir.
No way to freeze for Mr. Clean, even with a 180. Means the 51 will have an opportunity to get to match point again for the team of barely registered. Here we go. Glitch coming up to the line. Looking for the 51.
But a $10.
Has words about that one. But again, 10, 12, same difference. Got to recollect. Especially in this given moment with your partner not on the finish.
Tops.
Oh, doesn't go.
Comes inside, so look at the big fish.
Oh, and he's shooting at it.
No.
I was curious if he was going to attempt it just knowing that Turbo isn't on a finish. Well, I mean, only lost 20 points on the exchange. No real harm done. Big moment. Worst possible last start. Mr. Clean now has an opportunity. And it goes. C squared now on match points in this final. All over. A very intense matchup. This is intense stuff.
Yeah, for the first time, barely registered, losing. They could afford to lose the first set. They did have the king seat. Glitch, after missing the 10 darter in the last leg, only going to come away with one.
The acid saying Sugar Shane's long lost brother. No, long fit brother. Is what we're seeing here in Glitch. Definitely resembling the same beard, backwards hat ensemble. Sugar was hanging out with us earlier in chat. Over 100 days sober. Congratulations.
Steve fills it up. Cody finds a couple of bulls. And Glitch realign here.
Gives a little bit of flick at the end of his throw. That one flicks outside. 118 on the score.
Mr. Clean trying to stay straight. Finding that bull. He does. There's a look of determination, huh?
Oh, he wants it. He's giving off the let's get this done kind of energy right now. But Turbo.
Is it all going wrong?
Yeah, he was on for a 10 as well. Control on the collect. This is in favor of C squared now. Glitch needs to leave a finish to help reverse that writing on the wall.
Yeah, needed to know where he was at there.
Yeah, left a bogey. Doesn't even give himself an opportunity.
Yeah, no finish even in open out from 163. Mr. Clean. How clean is he going to be?
Even at 89, that's perfectly fine 2-dart finish. And you just left yourself a bogey. You have to pay attention to moments like that, especially as a future pro now. That might be the learning opportunity in this given moment, especially if Mr. Clean takes it and Glitch brings us all the way down. You're going to really be feeling it.
Yeah, Glitch hits like 2 triples or 2 bulls here to start his turn. Still not completely out of the woods. Cody needs to put in a good shot here.
Well.
Oh. And then?
Last bull helps a lot, though.
Yes. Gets him below Turbo, so no chance whatsoever at a finish or a freeze here. So 89. Be interesting to see how he shoots this. May go steel tip on this 57-32.
I like it a lot.
He decides to go bull. Gonna have to show something now. Needs to find a big trouble. Again, maybe 51 for 36. Is what he tried here. Should be back to the bull.
That's going to feel frustrating right there. 'Cause now, the opportunity's back and barely registered his hands that, honestly, I think they were thinking they might not have had. Cody had a big walk around during that shot. Turbo needs to find at least one more bull. Well.
Wowza. So, yeah, 2 bulls, freezes.
It's the freeze. Wisely stays even if it doesn't go. Glitch now doesn't have an opportunity. $57, $60 even.
Oof.
10 bull.
Would not have done that. But job done. I mean, the point there was to get 4 or below. He does. Does he shoot the double 10 or the fat 20? He shoots the fat 20 for the double dip. Your winners here, C squared, Troy Cox, Cody Cottrell, taking home the amateur doubles. Commiserations to Steve and Glitch. Just not able to hang on to that seat match in the end.
Yeah, and that will conclude our coverage here in Columbus, Ohio for our 39th annual World Tour. And, man, Gordon, another fun stop with you. Had fun these last 2 weekends calling games with you.
Yeah, excited to see you back in action again next week at perennially the largest tour stop of the year over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, of course. And with the best of the commentators, got DJ Sayer joining us here. As it'll be fun. But yeah, no, good time, good moments, lots of laughs for sure. I think I got you to get the goofiest you've been in some time, and it's always a good time to have you here with us, man. Happy to be here with you, if anything.
No, always a pleasure. I think we've said it a couple of times, but just the aesthetics of the stream that you've brought has been greatly appreciated and greatly upgraded what it is that we get to put out as far as content.
Well, that's what we're here for, so stay tuned. Hit that notification bell. Content will be rolling out all week as we've been posting some already during this week. And we'll be in Pennsylvania for the Pittsburgh BullShooter coming up next weekend. Appreciate each and every one of you. Give us a follow, give us a like. We'll be seeing you next time. Nick Trey and Gordon Dixon signing off.